Friday, everybody. I'm Elise, and welcome to my tea table. Thank you so much for being here. I'm looking forward to another great Friday night, talking about the best life, living the best life. And of course, that's always involving tea, right? I'm a tea streamer. My whole life is tea, so I can't help but make everything about tea. So Friday nights, I take the time to connect with you guys and discuss all the things that we can be doing to live the best life. And of course, tea being the backbone of all of that, a lifestyle of drinking tea. So welcome to my tea table. If you guys have any questions about tea, I am always more than happy to answer your questions, especially if it's going to help you make tea a bigger part of your lifestyle, because I truly believe that if we all just drank a little bit more tea, especially good tea, we could see, a lot more good in this world. So tonight's theme of Best Life, every week I focus on a different theme. So before talked about the brain health benefits of drinking tea. Then we talked about tea as a tool for holding space and what holding space can do for us. And last week I talked about receiving and the importance and actually the surprising challenge that it is to receive. But today I want to talk about something a little bit more, I don't know, I think it's kind of a trigger word for people. And so I'm just going to put it all out on the tea table for us to talk about tonight. And that's around the importance of being aggressive and the goodness of being aggressive. And I'm not talking about aggressive as in, beating people up and being the bully. As you can tell, I'm here in the dojo today or tonight. And you can see the aggression going on here is not the violent kind of aggression, but it's straightforwardness, it's direct communication, and it's boundaries. And so we'll talk about that. I am so grateful to have you here. I look forward to seeing where our discussion goes, because I definitely am looking forward to learning myself. I'm always accused of being super aggressive, which I think is a good thing. Still holding strong to the kindness that's ultimately there that we should, always keep intact. But sometimes I still have to keep myself in check. Like, am I communicating my boundaries? Am I doing what I want, contributing what I want, and gaining what I want from this situation? I feel like I'm pretty good at it, but I have lapses sometimes, and maybe my lapses of aggression are not so much passive aggressiveness, which is going to be a very big discussion that I want to bring up today, and that's the trigger word. I think that people have sometimes learned to kind of block out, because God forbid we're passive aggressive. We can all be a little passive aggressive sometime, and if we don't want to be passive aggressive, we need to acknowledge it, and we need to understand why we communicate that way and go through life that way, because essentially when you're being passive aggressive, you are not communicating your boundaries, and instead of communicating those boundaries and communicating what you actually want, waste time, create hurt, create misunderstanding, create distrust. So we want to avoid that. But my personal lapses in aggression, mostly are seated in fear of loneliness, fear of not being accepted, fear of hurting somebody else. And I think that's a really common thing. And so, in today's theme, I think more than using the word aggressive, I wanted to use the word aggressive because it's a trigger word, but I think more so what I am communicating in the use of the word aggressive is just like unadulterated connection to your truth. Yeah, being passive aggressive, being non-aggressive are definitely really, really big issues. And at the core of it, it's just that we're not connecting with our truth, unadulterated. I like that, pure, unadulterated. Before I start drinking into tea, I have some beautiful Dragon Well Longjing that I'll be drinking today. But I am a little hungry, so I'm gonna make myself a snack. I hope you guys don't mind. Could be kind of fun. Let's see. I've never used this tool on the live stream before. I'm gonna pop some popcorn, and a little bit later I will go live onto Reddit, just because I like going on Friday nights. I like going there, and actually we've met a lot of great friends through going on Reddit, so why stop now? So I'm just using this like electric popcorn popping machine, just getting the pan where the popcorn will be popped. All right, let's see if we get this view. Yeah, this is good. Getting this all buttered up. There we go. I'll be listening to some tabla jams today. Various genres of music, but the core of all of it will be tabla, which is a beautiful drum instrument. Several different cultures enjoy playing that instrument, so that's why there's so many different genres of music within that instrument. All right, so I got my butter. I'm using butter. You know, I think it's better to use oil because the butter has water in it that affects how the popcorn will pop, but I think this will still work. I've popped popcorn even with no oil or no butter before, and it's worked. So simple thing. All right, so we get the lid on. But this does have a container on the top where I can put more butter. And it's kind of cool because it just naturally melts. So as the popcorn's popping, this butter will melt and give some extra flavor. Nothing super advanced today. Probably even easier than the Easy Bake Oven. Hey Bitcoin. Oh, Bitcoin smelt butter. Now it's his business. Now this is his business. Baby boy, what do you think? Hope you guys had a great week. I had a great week. Productive week. As you saw, I streamed all week and had some exciting new projects going on. We've got a lot of art being created out in the warehouse, so that's really exciting. And last week I was speaking on receiving, and I was starting the process of receiving for a new project that I was working on, and unfortunately all of this week I manifested to receive. I manifested that I was ready to receive, and nothing was given, so I did not receive what I was hoping for, but I'm still open. I'm still waiting, so hopefully by next week I'll have some good news from that front. Hello, looks like we have somebody on every platform. I hope you guys are having a beautiful Friday night. Whatever you've got going on, if you're just chilling at home, if you're still trying to get some work done. I finished my work for the week. Of course, there's always more work that can be done. Oh, here, I hear it. It's starting to pop. And we've got only one that's popped so far. Two have popped. I haven't even heard them pop though. I'm hearing them sizzling. I'm hearing them frying up in there. I don't know, it's not popping. Something's going on. Maybe the butter is not working. Hi, Hien. Thank you for being here. Thank you for saying hello. I hope you're doing well. How is everything out in Vietnam? That's where you are, right? I've never been to Vietnam, actually. All the traveling that I've done around the world, and I've never been to Vietnam. I will go one day. This thing is seriously not popping. A lot of the kernels are getting burnt, but it's not popping. I never thought this was possible. I've always been able to pop popcorn. Oh, there it goes. I guess it just needed a little push. You see them popping now? They're so cute. Hello, Tea Sister. Thanks for joining in. It's working. It's working now. It's going. Now you can see it's all going. It's like watching popcorn pop. It's so interesting. Big Queenie dancing? He's down dancing. He's on the floor dancing. I wonder if it's the kernels. Oh, thank you. So beautiful is the life with the healthy tea lifestyle. Yeah, it's true. We need to introduce it to so many more people around the world. And real tea, good tea, not milk tea or bubble tea. Those things are delicious, but they're not part of this healthy lifestyle that we're talking about. I've never actually watched it. I always just leave it and then come back for it later. I'm just really worried because it feels like it's not popping evenly. It's pretty mesmerizing though. any of those many more of those are gonna pop. It's probably a combination of the kernels, like the age of the kernels, or yeah, how fresh they are versus, I don't know. And then maybe like even temperature. Maybe this little thing that's spinning the kernels around is not. You can hear Bitcoin's voice. Yeah, Bitcoin's here. You can say hello. Here's Bitcoin. Hello. He always likes to let himself be heard. He is here. The Bitcoin is here. He wants to eat all the popcorns. Although he'll beg. He's begging for the popcorns, but he really doesn't like the popcorns. It's not really his thing, but he just begs for the sake of begging sometimes. All right, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to get any more popping out of this. Unfortunately. Seems like I had a lot of duds. Oh no, more popping now. More popping. I hear it. Yeah, it's still popping. That was always the rule when, because when you pop in the microwave, that's a lot more tricky because if you over pop it, it burns. Because the microwave cooks very differently than how this cooks. So it'll burn if you overdo it. So I always went by the rule that if you heard a break of at least 4 seconds between each pop, that it would, it's ready, it's done. Yeah, I don't know about this song. This was the one song I was like, I might skip that one. As simple as snack. I noticed that I've been eating all of my snacks. I had like nothing. Last week I had nothing left. I was like, you know, I've got the popcorn. Do you have an organic tea set up from Mr. Rajiv? You work with Rajiv? I don't work with Rajiv anymore. We had a difference in opinion about what transparency means. Oh, thank you. I think you're amazing too. You're crazy. You're not crazy. You're not crazy. I do like your crazy cat heart emoji. All right. Popcorn's ready. Snack is ready. I didn't get them all popped, unfortunately, but you can't win them all. Gotta pick your battles. Salt. I'm just gonna put some Parmesan cheese. I had from Pizza Run a couple of weeks ago. It's always good to keep these around to save your pizza sides. All right, snack is ready to go. You guys want to see Bitcoin try to eat one? You can see. He doesn't really like it. Sit down. Are you eating it because you like it, or you're just being stubborn? I guess he likes the popcorn now. No, he doesn't like it. At least he doesn't like the outside of the kernel, the skin of the kernel. He doesn't like that. Got it, Bitcoin. You want another one? It's good with Parmesan cheese. Hey Facebook, what's up guys? Just chowing on some popcorn with Bitcoin. And I want to talk about the importance of being aggressive in life. You know? Maybe not just the aggressive, like, in your career or in your relationships. I'm talking about being aggressive and knowing your truth and communicating your truth with others, so that, you know, there never is an issue, misunderstanding, miscommunication. All right, Bitcoin, we gotta eat this piece. Anybody needs super tea can follow you. Well, good tea. That's all we know about around here is good tea. Are you ready to go down? Come on. Oh, you caught it. Where is the best quality tea in the world? That's a good question. That's a really good question. I don't know if I could answer it exactly. Because it, you know, generally, I would say China, just because there are places where there's like large amounts of very good quality tea being made. Ancient tea that has, you know, lots of wisdom to it. But then, you know, in Taiwan, there are generally in Taiwan, maybe not Taiwanese branded tea, but tea grown in Taiwan. There's been a really a lot of support from the government for high quality tea research in Taiwan. And so that's why you see a lot of really great teas coming out of Taiwan, even though Taiwan doesn't have nearly the same amount of tea experience as tea growers or tea makers in China. But they've just studied a lot. Well, I've got to tag my video social eating because I'm officially social eating now. He caught it again. He's really good. He's fast at catching. You notice in the dojo behind me, These guys keep starting their spar. And then they shake hands and hug. Oh, thank you, Hien. Hien, is that how you pronounce your name? Thank you. I'm certainly not the largest tea company in America, that's for sure, but we do work hard to keep a high standard of ethics and transparency. And that's where all the goodness comes from. Boundaries. I've always been really good with boundaries in business, in the tea business. From day one, I set those boundaries. And it's been great. Almost 9 years later, and still working under those same boundaries. Make some dance. Bitcoin, you want to dance? Thank you very much. We work hard. Me and my dog. We work super hard. What? He's trying to grab up to be up on the table with you guys. He doesn't want to go down. Bitcoin, you gotta go down. And be quiet. Stay quiet, boy. I like this one. Oh, Brian's this is a cool funky tabla jam. I like this one a lot. Welcome to my tea table. We're gonna drink some green tea tonight. Drinking green tea, listen to some cool tabla jams, and I'm talking about the importance of being aggressive, the importance of holding strong to your truth, setting boundaries, and yeah, living a better life. Live your best life. Simple rules in life. Be easy. Be kind to others. Hold space for others. But you gotta take care of yourself too. Oh, this is great. Reddit lets you stream for 3 hours now. Fabulous. Hello, my name's Elise. Welcome to my tea table. I'm just waiting for my water to boil. I got some boiled water here. I'm gonna drink some green tea. I do like the music. The music, that song was great. It makes you feel like you're in a parade. Well, that's great. It's Friday night. We need all the party we can get. Okay, So the tea that I'm drinking today is a Chinese green tea called Dragon Well. Dragon Well is a Chinese green tea. It originated in the Hangzhou area of China near Shanghai, and it's known for having this flat. It's like the last drying process, and the whole rolling process for the tea is involving like heated. Sorry, that's my dog. You'll get to meet him in a second. But they press the tea leaf set down into like a flat shape. So Dragon Well should be flat. You can see how flat it is. But this is the whole leaf set. It's the whole like 2 leaves and a bud at the top of the leaf set. So to enjoy this tea, which has a very nice aroma to it. Oh, this is green tea from China, not white tea from China. So before doing anything, I'm going to prime all of the tea wares with the boiling water to bring everything up to a good temperature. So that we're not brewing things in cold vessels, because the room is quite cold. It's been cold here in Vegas. My tea room is in Las Vegas, Nevada. So everything is warm now, so nothing's going to be shocked. When brewing this tea, if you want to get the optimal aroma out of it, it's really good to put it into your warmed vessel. Spilt some of the precious. It's okay. Now, you can smell it at this point when the dry tea leaf is in the warmed pitcher. But when you put the hot water, the boiling water, you can just put enough water to just barely cover the leaves. Just like that. Just a little bit of water. Now all the aromas have come out. Got a beautiful like vegetal nuttiness to it. Really sweet. I know this tea is going to be sweet just from the aroma. So Hien says this is you know of a white tea that they only make 30 to 50 kilograms a year from an old tree that's 100 to 200 years old. Oh, I got kicked off Reddit. What? Don't talk to me that way. So I'm just drinking the water now. This one, Joe? Talking about this one? Where do you think I got this? Oh, hi, Tef. Good morning. Good morning, sunshine. I hope you had a good rest. I hope you brushed your teeth. And you're going to do all of the chores to make sure you have a good day. Yeah, this is from Not Made in China. Handmade in Albuquerque. Patrick and Marie. I know you've seen their Etsy. You've seen their stuff. Yeah, see. Has their mark. It says not made in China. It's so cute. A little mousy. Yeah, not made in China. Yeah, out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Marie and Patrick. They hang out with us. They hang out with us. But yeah, I'm just drinking some Dragon Well. How you doing, Joe? And Tef, how was your rest? Did you have a good rest? You didn't rest much, Tef? Did that lasagna get you all jacked up or what? It did look good, by the way. I was checking you out. I'd eat it. No. Not that kind of party here. Yeah. You know, there's not a whole lot of local crafters that are doing tea wares. You did well. You did a deep acupuncture session. Oh, cool. The water pipes sounded weird, so you didn't dare go to sleep. I don't understand. Why wouldn't you go to sleep? Is it because your water pipes are going to, I don't know. Are they going to freeze? Is that what you're worried about? I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, like water pipes in the winter to keep you up at night. So I'm just filling more water into my pitcher for brewing. The water I put before was just for smelling the aroma. Of course, there's still a nice aroma coming. But now is the time for the brewing. And this is actually a really cool time to watch the brewing. And the leaves, they do this weird thing where they start to sink down. And so that's when you know like a lot of the brewing is done, is when all the leaves have sank down to the bottom. But then when they sink down, they like stand straight up. And I've heard some legends that that's an indicator of good quality is when your leaves are standing straight up when you're steeping them. I'll see. You see them standing up? It's pretty cool. So this is a very acceptable way to steep green tea, especially because you can see it. You know, in the glass pitcher, you can see it brewing. But really, you can steep any tea this way. Oh, you're drinking a 2011 Shu. Nice. Thank you, Han. Thank you for being here, Han. Good for you. Glad you're drinking that. I decided to drink some green tea because I'm going to talk about some heavy stuff today. Being aggressive. That's why I'm at the dojo tonight. I figured that this is a good example of aggression, but then I love this. They start their fight, and then they go shake hands and hug, and then walk away. Not the kind of aggression that you might usually think when people use that word. I mean, sure, it means the same thing, but I really want to focus more on, yeah, there you go. Let's define aggressive. Yeah. I want to focus more on aggression in like holding up to our truth and setting boundaries and communicating those boundaries. And pretty much like the opposite of passive aggressive or non-aggressive, which can really get in the way of happiness and of clear communication to happen. And so that's where miscommunications happen, and that's when fights can happen. People can start to not be happy with the interaction. When if you were just aggressive from the get-go, you'd be fine. Yeah. If you communicated your boundaries from the get-go, you'd be fine. Bitcoin, no. And so this is on top of my mind right now because earlier this week I got ghosted. Not by someone that I really care about being ghosted, but fact happened. I got ghosted. And I was like, what? People, this happens? Not passive, not forceful, firm. Yeah, just freaking honoring your truth. That's it. Like, what's so aggressive about honoring your truth? I get called aggressive all the time, and I feel like all I'm trying to do is hold on to my truth and honor my truth. But yeah, I got ghosted. And the reason I got ghosted, and it's so funny that I got ghosted because I talked about it to this person about like, hey, we're about to have an uncomfortable conversation with each other because I'm going to communicate boundaries with you. And I'm going to do this because, most people, when they're interacting with somebody that's not like a close friend or not like, you ghost people all the time, Teb? Oh my goodness. No. That was going to be my takeaway from today's stream, is if we can all make a promise to stop ghosting people. I'm not telling you not to not like people, or I'm not telling you to not disagree with people and their perspectives. Go ahead, do that. Honor your truth in that. But like, at least communicate to someone. I don't want to communicate with you anymore, instead of ghosting them. Because that's what happened to me. Like, and it's so weird because I had addressed the whole ghosting topic of like, hey, we're going to have this uncomfortable conversation right now because I'm going to communicate my boundaries with you and what I want. Most people would have just ghosted. But I don't like that. I don't like doing that. It's not because you disagree with them. Then why would you ghost them, Tef? Why are you pushing people out of your life? I understand ghosting someone if you like have a disagreement or if they hurt you. You just need to block them. You don't need that toxicity in your life. But even when doing that, you should still tell them, hey, you're toxic to me. I shouldn't be interacting with you anymore. That's aggressive. And that's not like patty caking around. Firm. I like that. So we can change it. And the importance of being firm. The importance of being firm in your truth. And standing up for your boundaries and communicating those boundaries with other people instead of ghosting them. So that's what happened to me. I'm not heartbroken about being ghosted. I just felt like, okay, let's talk about it. That's good. All right, so Tef says it's because you don't know how to respond to stuff, and then 3 weeks goes by, and then there's no reply. All right. Do you intend to ever communicate with that person again? Or, this 3 weeks gone by, and you're, intentionally, I'm just never going to talk to this person again? I'm snacking on popcorn. You missed it. I popped it. I just popped it. And popcorn with salt and butter and Parmesan cheese. Bitcoin wants some. Thanks for asking. I don't want to dox you, but I think I know who you are. Personal. Don't take it personal. I think I know who you are. Yeah, I'm eating popcorn. And drinking Dragonwell tea. Look at that. Clean, crisp. Okay, so Tef, that's not ghosting. You're not ghosting. Ghosting would be like if you're really stuck on your reply and you're like, I'm just never gonna reply at all ever. And then you block that person's number so they can't communicate with you anymore. That's ghosting. So, I'll leave the passive aggressive for a little bit later because that's an important. Hey, Kayla Bear. Cheers. Happy Friday night. Thanks for coming. I'm just snacking on some freshly popped popcorn, drinking some Dragonwell green tea, listening to some tabla jams. Aww, Tef, you're full of love. Tef, I don't know. I think you always just like to be a bad guy. You like to pretend that you're the bad guy, but deep down, you're just full of love. Like a big cuddly teddy bear. Big cuddly bear. Yeah, so I'm going to leave the passive aggressive subject for a little bit later because that's a big one. That's a really big one. It wasn't planned. It was manifested, Joe. It was not planned. That was manifested for sure. Aw, I've got all my friends hanging out now. This is great. Tef, you are not a bad guy. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. But, yeah, first let's talk about fear. Fear of... I'm just talking from my own experience. Anytime I've ever not held strong to my truth and, like, set boundaries and communicated those boundaries was because I was afraid of something. I was afraid, like, big one, I'll be honest. I'm going to be very vulnerable now. My friends are here, so I feel comfortable sharing this with you guys. But I have an issue with, like, holding my boundaries in relationships. And I think it's, like, this fear of being alone. And I know I'm not alone in having that fear. I know it's a very common fear that people have. That if you hold a boundary up, it's going to jeopardize, you know, your relationships and people wanting to spend time with you and be around you if you have too many boundaries and you have too many things that they have to worry about offending. That's what I'm working on. Were you listening to cool tabla like this, Caleb? This is pretty cool. I knew that I was hosting a romantic date. Oh, you're listening to Fauna Fiala? I love Fauna Fiala. Talk about girl power. I'm a woman playing a tabla in that band. She's incredible. Yeah, all right. So you guys are on a romantic date, and I'm talking about fear of loneliness. I'm sure you guys have had discussions already in past interactions with each other. So this is probably not new. But freaking A, have some boundaries, communicate those boundaries, and be those boundaries. And don't hold them back out of fear of being alone. Because freaking A, I've wasted so much of my life because of that problem. Years of my life. And I can't take it back. So that's not what this is about. I'm not going to take that back. What's happened's happened. But what I do want to do is like be smarter and wiser going forward with my time. And not wasting any more of my friggin' time compromising on my boundaries. Because I have strong boundaries. I'm a strong person. If you can't tell, I'm a pretty friggin' aggressive person myself. So that's not the issue. And the issue is that like I compromise those. You wouldn't believe how bad I compromise those, especially in relationships, because I'm afraid of being alone. And I'm not going to do that anymore. Declaring it now. I'm not going to do it anymore. I don't have an issue with ghosting. I've never done that before. I'll communicate to someone. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm going to block your phone number right now. Don't be surprised if you can't get calls from me. You know? Versus just dropping out, which so many people. It's just become such a trend. And then you got people like Tef that are like claiming that they do it. And it's like what all the cool kids are doing these days is ghosting everybody. That's not good. Well, I guess this is related too to like the whole cancel culture conversation too. I got good advice one time when I was young. Only 2 pieces of advice that I've like picked up in my life that I still hold on to. One of them was going through life is like going through an orchard of apple trees. You're gonna bump around and you're gonna interact with all the different apple trees and you're gonna taste all the different apples. All those different apple trees are different people that you'll interact with in your life. Most of those people are gonna provide great fruit and sustenance in your life, while sometimes some of the apples are gonna be poisonous for you, and you gotta leave them the fuck alone, you know? But sometimes, yeah, I compromise on that out of fear of being alone, which sucks, you know? Because I'm not alone. I have you guys. I always have friends. So why I let that get to me? I don't know. Oh, Tef, you are a cool kid. You're self-aware of the negative part. So, okay, all right, then let's have this conversation. You say that you're self-aware of the negative part. Do you try to reconcile that? Or do you just accept it? Because it's fine if you just accept it too. But the ethical thing to carry on with that's going to optimize your happiness and optimize, you know, your best life is if you communicate that, you know, to the ones around you. And then the thing that's funny is then it's no longer negative. It's only negative whenever you like catch people off guard with it. Another cool one. Cool song. Yeah. Right? Just think about it. Like, even if you have like a passive aggressive personality, or you have a controlling personality, or like any of these like negative personalities, And like, let's say you go into like a new relationship, you know, be a romantic relationship, business, really any kind of relationship. And if you communicate your self-awareness, like what you just did, Tef, and you proactively communicate that with that person, like that's pretty powerful. That's part of the process of healing yourself and becoming better. Tef, we might need to talk offline about this. I don't know if your kindness is purely rooted in just societal pressure. I think your kindness is authentic. Because I know you, Tef. I know you, Tef. Like, I know we've only known each other for a couple of months now, and we've never met in person. But your mannerisms, your kindness it's deep. It's not this superficial thing like what I feel like you're making it out to be in chat right now. It's a very authentic thing. Because if you are really unkind and really this, negative thinking, unkind person, I don't think you'd be here right now. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be here. Unless, like, you're working like the ultimate troll. The ultimate, like, long lead troll. Because I don't see that from you. You're the antithesis of that. You're, like, pure, authentic kindness. You really are, Tef. I don't know. I don't know, chat. You guys want to back me up? I know Kayla, you know about his kindness. I'm sure you'd confirm that. Nick is here, but I don't know if he's aware, if he's experienced with your kindness just yet. Yeah, Tef's playing the long game. He's playing the long game. He's like, I'm gonna come in and, become well acquainted and right at the right time. Maybe 6 years into our friendship. Yeah, you didn't know that, Kayla? Oh, okay. You need me to relax. Okay, I'll help you relax. I can do that. I will give up what I was barking at earlier. I will help you relax. Yeah, Cantu personal. I don't know if Nick is still here. He was making some art earlier tonight. Got the disco ball right in my teacup. I love it. Okay, I've gotta go do something. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm gonna be right back. Just 1 second. I'll be right back. Bitcoin, come on. Hey. Bitcoin, come on. Here's it. All right. Task was done. So good. Okay, so there was one excuse, one reason for not holding on to the truth. Fear. You guys are welcome to share your own life experiences and examples that you've had. Even not for yourself, but maybe some observations that you've made of other people in relationships that you have. where boundaries and truth and accountability were lacking. All right, something else that I want to talk about in regards to boundaries, and this is also related to fear too, maybe not so much specifically the fear of being alone, but the fear of being a hypocrite. And I feel like a lot of places where we're finding, and recently with the pandemic, each of us are all in our own minds and our own lives trying to reevaluate our values and what we want to invest ourselves into and our own value into, discovering our truth. There's a fear that if we make a boundary, we're destined to fail. We're destined to break that boundary and be a hypocrite. And so, you know, a great example that I'm always reminded on that, and I'm still dealing with, even into adulthood, is this desire. Okay, so this standard and desire that I want to have of being like a peaceful person, of being a good, kind, peaceful person. Because I, on the other hand, do genuinely want to be kind. Like I just find so much more positivity and so much more goodness when I'm kind versus when I'm doing something that I know is hurting someone else. And so when I was really young and at an age where, becoming an adult and deciding my lifestyle choices and how I'm going to do things, I started out with a super high standard of what my boundaries would be. I stopped eating meat. I only got from the farmer's market. I was just like very dedicated to it. It was like all or nothing type of thing. And I had been inspired at that time by a group of Jains. Jains is a sect of Hinduism that believes in like really, really pure nonviolence. Like they won't even yeah. It's a party cup of tea tonight, Kayla. That's why I like it. I am drinking disco. I like that. So at this time, when I'm at this like very impressionable age of when I'm going to decide my life values and what I'm going to do, I was inspired by these very aggressive, even though it's funny, I'm calling them aggressive because they're like non-violent, like they're the most non-aggressive people in the world. Like they don't even cut their hair. They believe that cutting your hair is like an act of violence because it's like a part of you as a living being. And they're even mindful about like where they step because they don't want to kill insects and things like that. Super non-violent people. Vegetarians and, always activists for peace and nonviolence in their communities. So I was inspired by that, and I went down that route at the beginning. I was like, okay, I'm going to be taking this like really hardcore, and I'm going to follow this exactly. And like, it didn't take very long for me to fail. I failed so hard. And I was like I felt like really depleted from it. And I struggled with it a lot as I talked to friends about what I was going through. I was like, hey, I'm trying to make good choices here and be nonviolent, but it's just like modern society is not allowing me to do that. And this can be the case in everything. Like, you want to live in Vegas? I live in Las Vegas. We don't even have a recycling system. Even if you were to go to the recycling center and drop off your stuff, it doesn't actually go to recycling. Like, we have recycling bins in front of houses, and all the stuff just goes to the same place. So it's like impossible to be, recycling minded here in Vegas. I guess unless you like completely controlled your waste and took your own recycling, to someplace else where they do have that infrastructure. It's just really hard to follow boundaries that you may want to make for yourself in modern society. And so I wanted to talk about that because that's a challenge too. Is like, you have to be fluid and flexible in this and choose the battles that you want to choose. And that's even like true when you want to like hold accountable people in your community of like values that may be important to you but may not be important to someone else, and how to effectively communicate with someone about that without being judgmental, without, just being like the rogue, what's the word? We call them renegade. You're just the renegade trying to like set your own path, and you're just constantly fighting with people. Because that's not effective either. You have to pick your battles. But it still doesn't mean you can't have boundaries, right? So I gave up, right? Like, I obviously didn't give up on like service and volunteering and being, an active member of my community. I still kept that going. But as far as like diets and like those types of life choice decisions that I could make for myself, I kind of gave up on meeting any kind of ideal. Because immediately after I was vegetarian and was trying to be very strict on this nonviolent lifestyle when I was younger, that was when I went to be in the Peace Corps, and I lived in a very desolate place in the world where you don't have a lot of choices of what's available to you. So you just got to be grateful for whatever is there, whatever abundance or anything you can come across that's there. And so when I got back from the Peace Corps and just started to be an adult, I really gave up on a lot of those ideals and values that I had, just because I knew that I would fail. I knew that if I even tried to hold up any type of ideal or value in that sense, that I wouldn't be able to maintain it. But over the past year, I've made a lot of progress in finding boundaries that are realistic and do compromise, and finding the specific battles that work for me. So that example, and it's related to what I talk about every Friday night, is at the beginning of 2020, I gave up high fructose corn syrup. So back when I was younger, I didn't think about that way. I just thought of it like, I need to not consume any processed food. Just like kind of demonized the entire thing. And, I tried to not eat that stuff, and then, a week goes by and it's like, this is impossible. There's just so much processed food everywhere, and you're just this weirdo that doesn't eat anything if that's the way you go. But last year, I found that one battle to fight for myself. Not for anybody else, but just for myself. And I've found it to be very effective. And I'm really happy with that. So that's my advice to you. If that's something that you're struggling with, is just kind of feeling defeated. The popcorn is for me and Bitcoin. It's for both of us. It's for both of us. He's eating some, I'm eating some. It's good. I put a little Parmesan cheese on it. He's good. He's good at catching the popcorn. He's fast. So, I guess now would be a good time to come up with another boundary for myself and chat if you guys want to talk about, am I good at popping sorghum? I've never even tried to pop sorghum before. No, Bitcoin. I've never even tried to pop sorghum. My only experience with sorghum was when I lived in Africa. The place I lived in the Sahel and Niger, the only two crops that actually grew there were sorghum and millet. So I ate a lot of sorghum and millet. But they never popped the sorghum. They would always, for both of the grains, they would grind the grains into a powder and they'd make like a porridge or yeah, I don't know. I would think because the sorghum grain is so dense and big that I would think that you'd need like the heating element is probably you're not able to get the temperature all the way through the whole grain to get it to activate to pop. Because even with the popcorns, the little corn crate, these guys in my popping machine, I was having issues. I was having issues with a lot of them popping. It was uneven popping. So I'd imagine with sorghum, because the sorghum grain is like, I don't know, I'd say it's like even like 4 times bigger than this. They're big. They're big and dense. Yep, still doing the same thing where it's standing up. The leaves stand up as they're steeping. So cool looking. Hello. So this Dragon Well, thanks, Mr. Cantu. This specific song, this is actually a pretty cool song. I like this one. This is Zed Copter and Secret Society Tabla Jam. That's what it's called. It's a drum and bass mix on a tabla jam. It's cool. It's really good. I'm just playing a whole bunch of different tabla jams on SoundCloud. And what are you doing, Bitcoin? Bitcoin's playing his pity party. So yeah, when I started brewing this tea, I told you about Dragon Well is a green tea. Oh no, we've got to start the song over again. This will be a good one. Dragon Well tea, Longjing tea, the type of tea that's this green tea from China, originates in Hangzhou area, which is near Shanghai. But this specific one that I'm drinking is actually coming from Gansu province, which is more like north central part of the country.
stick within that pattern. I don't have to figure it out. Yeah.
He's doing something nice just now.
I will hear these guys work out their jam. And he's making a mess, so he's kind of eating the popcorn. He's definitely leaving more of a mess than eating. I'm gonna have to clean this place up. Gonna have to clean the place up because of you. So Gansu province is not known for tea production. It's definitely not known for dragon well tea production, but there is quite a bit of dragon well tea production happening there. And that's just because the popularity of dragon well tea from Hangzhou has developed a very big market business opportunity for tea business people to set up tea processing in other areas of China where the land may be more available and more expansive for them to expand. So they bring the plant cultivars from Hangzhou, you know, to these places, Gansu, for instance, here. So I think it's been since like the 1960s or so that this village had, you know, the tea introduced to them. It wasn't a very like economically viable product for them, but an environmental NGO who started working with them about a decade ago helped them expand into like high quality tea production, because before they started making the tea like this, they were doing more commercial production, basically just harvesting their leaf to go sell to like a commercial factory where they would do, you know, large scale production for them. And the benefit of that is that the farmers don't have to work as hard and they make more per kilo for their tea. And then they get to like have more dignity in being like a craftsman and making their product versus just this like cog in the machine, which, you know, is always the situation when it comes to commercial processing of any kind of product.
Because he doesn't have any other note which he'll use. But if I play a D chord,
Let's see if we go here. I think they should be ready to jam after this point. Here we go. All right, here we go. They're having fun, these guys, huh? Garlic naan. I'll never forget that. Nick, we've had a lot of good food adventures together, that's for sure. I should make not on stream for you guys. I've got all the stuff, I could do it. show you the place I'm talking about, where this tea comes from. So, Hangzhou, this is where Dragon Well originated. Like the original famous Dragon Well. They say Westlake Dragon Well. Where's the Westlake? Here's the Westlake. Westlake is actually very big. This is it here. Big tourist zone. But this is like where the famous Dragon Well tea comes from in China. Jim, we have dance parties, that's for sure. Make what? I'll make naan on stream, Nick. We can listen to tabla music and eat naan. I don't have the tandoori oven, but maybe it'd be kind of fun to make one. Maybe I can jerry rig my Easy Bake Oven into a tandoori oven. That'd make for a popular YouTube video, I'm sure. My hot pink tandoori oven. Alright, so back to China. I mean, I got us like all international tonight. So this is like the famous area where Dragon Well comes from. But because the demand has grown so much, there's Dragon Well being produced all over the area. I mean, you pretty much just go all over this. And then into other provinces as well, including Gansu province, which is where this tea is from. And Gansu province is up over here. So it's actually pretty far. And if you were to search the internet, let's do a search for Gansu Dragon Well. See how many companies have it. Yeah, I'll make it on stream for sure. Maybe a potter could make a tandoori oven. Well, maybe we'll get lucky and we'll have a potter come and we can ask them. So yeah, there's not a whole lot of Gansu Dragon Well here. There's someone on Alibaba. This is Gansu Dragon Well. Gansu. Look at that lady. Yeah. So Gansu Dragon Well is not well known. Yeah, the only one up here is this one from Tisserie, who's actually a client of ours. This is actually the same tea that I'm drinking now. This is her. So she sources the tea through us. I love her website. This woman's website, she's out of Boston. I love the images she's done with, like, these are all teas through our network. Here's a sticky rice, shangpur. It's got like a book theme to it. This is a nice tea. I've drank this tea on stream before. Shangpur that smells like sticky rice. It's really delicious. Yeah, we could get Rhino to do it. Maybe he'll be into it. Speaking of Rhino, he's streaming now. Let's see what he's doing. He's been making a bunch of teaware this past week, which has been exciting because I definitely put that bug in his ear. Like, hey, you know, what about teaware? Have you practiced teaware? So yeah, Nick, I was telling you about this guy earlier today. Rhino Lion. He's out of Oregon, I believe. Right? Let me confirm. I think his information should be here. don't know if it has it here. Yeah, I think he's in Oregon. I asked him before. I think he said he's in Oregon. But yeah, maybe he can make a cool little tandoori oven. We can make naan. Yeah, this is a nice jam. This is a really good jam. Yeah, Nick, just look up Tabla Jam on SoundCloud. Every single one's good. That's usually when I look for different music, I usually just put jam afterwards, because when it's a jam, it's usually like a cool organic live recording, which I think is always a good touch for the stream. So yeah, I'm not thinking anything on the top of my mind of like a new boundary that I should set, other than, you know, I've been holding myself accountable for a lot more boundaries about my relationships with other people, and the pandemic has been super helpful for that. So like, that's one blessing that I have to say. I'm grateful for all this time that we've been forced to be alone and to stay home, is that it's helped me like put into perspective relationships that probably weren't that great for me. You know, that I was just like, I was protecting and I was compromising my values on, because I felt like those relationships were like my identity. I really did, you know, like even the whole like, is this Friday night? Before pandemic, my Friday night, what the heck am I doing at my office? Like, what am I doing not partying? Why am I not hanging out with people? Why am I not doing something social? I always felt like I needed to be doing something, but now I'm just chill. And then I think about all of those relationships, those friendships, and I'm like, I kind of don't miss them. So that means a lot. And, you know, I definitely have new friendships that have come in and helped along that way, which has been great. Thanks to all you guys. But they're different types of relationships, and that's fine. They're different types of friendships. It's great. But at the, you know, I'm able to be vulnerable. I'm able to be myself. I'm able to learn and grow. So like, heck yeah, that's a good relationship. That's a good friendship. So much better than before. Like, I was not often thinking about my growth and thinking about my authenticity with the friends I was hanging out with. And it was always just being someplace and being seen someplace and just, you know, like, yeah, it's weird. I still haven't, you know, figured out the exact words to describe, you know, what I'm thinking around that, but it just makes me feel bad for myself that, you know, I spent so much time valuing my identity in those friendships versus just being happy, you know, just being happy. All right, it's time. Passive aggressiveness. I know it's a trigger word. I know you don't like to hear it, but we gotta talk about it. It's important. It's no good. Passive aggressive behavior is no good. And we're all doing it. My experience with being in the midst of this action of passive aggression is never a good one. You know, to like call somebody passive aggressive is a huge trigger, I've come to learn. And it's so hard. Because it's like when people are in that, the last thing they want to be told is that they're being passive aggressive, and it's just going to cause them to shut off even more. So that's why I think like we can take accountability for our own passive aggression and just be more aggressive. That's always my reaction, like when I'm in an argument with someone who's being passive aggressive, and I'm like, just please stop being passive aggressive, just be aggressive, just fucking tell me straight out what you want to tell me. You angry? Are you angry about something? Like, I'm ready to hear it, I'm ready to process it with you, let's do this. Instead of like, oh no, there's no issue at all, and then the second they turn their back, all of their behavior exhibits that there was an issue. It's like, come on, just be aggressive, just get it out. Be aggressive. Be aggressive, not passive aggressive. So I wanted to look up in the dictionary because that's what I like to do. I like to take very simple concepts and look them up in the dictionary to make sure that we're all on the right page. And there's a WebMD input for passive aggressive behavior. Passive aggressive behavior is when you express negative feelings indirectly instead of openly talking about them. During World War II, when soldiers wouldn't follow officers' orders, experts described them as passive aggressive. A new term back then, but still relevant today. Someone who uses passive aggression may feel angry, resentful, or frustrated, but they act neutral, pleasant, or even cheerful. They then find indirect ways to show how they really feel. Passive aggression isn't a mental illness, but people with mental health conditions may act that way. Passive aggression could damage your personal and professional relationships, as we're talking about today. Don't do it. Passive aggression is not going to get you to the best life. It won't get you to the worst life, but it will definitely be a huge block for you to get over in order to reach the best life. Which again is unique for every individual, the best life. Like what I'm advocating here is not an exact protocol of how to live the best life. It's overarching generalizations. And I can generally say that passive-aggressive behavior will not elevate your relationships, will not elevate your happiness. It'll only inhibit it. When someone uses passive aggression, they might say one thing like, sure, I'd be happy to, and then do another, like brood and complain while completing the task. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Instead of just communicating your boundary from the get-go. So passive aggression is when you don't communicate the boundary. What we were talking about earlier is about creating the boundary. So a source of passive aggressive behavior could be when you aren't even sure what your boundaries are. Versus like you are like intentionally being passive aggressive. Some red flags. This is a WebMD article about passive aggression. Some red flags that someone you know is being passive aggressive: resents or outright opposes the instructions of others, though they may still do what they're told. Delays finishing a task that someone else requested or makes intentional mistakes. Has a sarcastic or argumentative attitude. That's a big one. That might be a place where I need to work on. I use sarcasm a lot. And very seldom is sarcasm an effective communication method. Routinely complains about feeling unappreciated. The last relationship that I had where passive aggression was like a major issue, like every day. To this day, this person still complains to me that I didn't appreciate them enough. Many people don't realize that they're being passive aggressive. The behavior may feel normal to them, or they might think it's the best way to avoid hurting someone's feelings or to prevent something bad from happening, like losing their job. Yeah, Nick. So sarcasm is good when it's like, when it's humor, when it's authentic humor. But sarcasm is not good when it's ineffective communication. When it's like, I was listening to another streamer just earlier talking about how, I guess, a therapist that they talked to had identified that they were using humor a lot to avoid talking about serious subjects, and that's not good. So I think it's kind of similar to that. Like if you're using sarcasm to cover something up, like to avoid talking about serious, to avoid talking your truth, then it's not good. Avoidance of direct confrontation, as in procrastinating, pouting, and misplacing important materials. I feel attacked. Oh, hi. Hello. We have a raid. Welcome, guys. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. We are, this is Bitcoin. He loves to say hello to you guys. My name's Elise. Welcome to my tea table. Thanks for stopping by, guys. I don't have the Marty McFly coat for Bitcoin, but I do have something here. He's feeling a little bit cold. We can get him in his costume. We can warm him up for you guys. Alright. Have a seat, boy. Oh, see, he's interested. He's like, oh yes, it's gonna keep me warm. He's a cold boy. He's a cold boy. Yeah, there he is. See? He's a little Pikachu today. Oh, he's a baby Pikachu. Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing good today, Carrie. Thank you so much for coming by. Thanks for bringing your community here. What did you do tonight? Did you cook some food? Did you make something yummy? Let me know. Yeah, tonight I am talking about the importance of being aggressive, which, you know, I think you got that on point. I don't find you to be a non-aggressive or a passive-aggressive type of person. Yeah, we're talking about the importance of being aggressive. That's why I'm streaming from the dojo tonight. You know, we got this spar that keeps happening behind me, and what you'll notice is every single time when they start the spar, they just go in for the handshake and the hug. It's so beautiful. I love it. It's so sweet. But yeah, being aggressive does not mean that you're violent or that you are going to utilize violence or forced to get something done. The context that I'm talking about it tonight is knowing your truth, setting boundaries, and communicating those boundaries effectively with the people around you. And when you guys came in, I was in the middle of talking about the important subject of passive aggression. Huh, Big Clan? He's trying to make you guys feel sorry for him, so we give him more treats. Always with the treats. He does love his Pikachu robe. He does love it. Huh? You love it, Big Queen? You want to show them how much you love it? He's a little Pikachu. He's so cute. He's so cute. Alright, you get one of these. You get one of these. And we're eating some popcorn. I popped the popcorn at the beginning of the stream. Listen to some nice Tabla jams tonight. Keeping it light and groovy. Light and groovy. So yeah, passive aggression sucks, you know, and let's not do it. Can we all promise each other to be more mindful? If we are feeling feelings of anger, if we are feeling feelings of resentment, please get them out. What's the other day? The other day someone was talking about the beauty of children. And that like children are so awesome because when they're feeling a feeling, they just get it out immediately. Like they may not like be the greatest in communicating exactly what they're feeling, but they just get it out in that moment and they don't hold on to resentments and hold on to things which would cause them to, you know, behave passive aggressively. So yeah, we could be like kids. Be like kids. You know, someone says something that you don't like, just address it immediately. Talk about it. And please don't ghost people. If you don't like somebody and you don't want to talk to them ever again, just tell them, I don't like you. I want to talk to you again. Simple as that. Simple as that. Yeah, it is something you have to work for. You know, I don't think that people are like inherently aggressive. Ghosting is the worst. Let's all promise each other, let's stop that. That behavior needs to end. It is not benefiting anybody. Like, you may be interpreting your ghosting as like, I'm standing strong to my boundaries. Okay, maybe you are, but it's just not, it's not good for the other person, definitely. Like, being ghosted kind of hurts. It's like, what? They don't want to talk to me? Like, what? Why did they just tell me? You know, like, but then it also hurts you too. When you don't resolve things in your life, yeah, it's harmful to you. Drink some tea. I've got some green tea from China. This is called Dragon Well. I'm on my 4th infusion here, actually, but good quality teas like this should be able to steep multiple times. Are you trying to be aggressive or are you trying to be passive aggressive? I think he's being passive aggressive, right? That was in the WebMD article that we've read. The signs that someone's being passive aggressive is that they're constantly whining and routinely complaining of being underappreciated. But I guess we can let the dog be passive aggressive. It's okay. Look at him, he's shaking. He's shivering. He's trying to like make you guys feel like we never love him and we never give him anything. He's shaking very hard. Bitcoin, you gotta stop that boy. It's not good. So yeah, no ghosting. Don't do it. Aww. See? She loves you. People love you. You're not just a poor dog. Everybody loves you. Alright. Here. Oh, and then you make a mess. So he didn't eat any of it. He just spit all the little pieces out. And he's even got one stuck on his lips still. More's coming out. Jeez, Bitcoin. It's a good thing I got this tray here to catch all of it. Just throw it in the trash. Such a naughty boy, Bitcoin. He does. He finally gets a treat. He finally gets a treat. Alright, I'll give him a treat he actually wants. He got the chicharron. He got the chicharron. Of course, he would love this chicharron. Hey, Nick Cantu, if you're still here, check this one out. Look at that piece of art. Isn't that gorgeous? Even Bitcoin honors it. He's like, yes! It's the chicharron of love! Chicharron of love! So cute. Now you know what it is. A little fried pork rind there. So my tea should be ready to steep. I was showing you like the leaves, like when they fall to the bottom is usually when it's ready to decant. I'm sorry, not ready to steep, it's ready to decant. Oh yeah. Wow. Sometimes. Huh, Bitcoin? Yeah, sometimes. What? No, Bitcoin. No more crying. Yeah, Bitcoin's been trying to convince me to set up our affiliate status so that we can start receiving bits, because he says he would work hard for the bits. Yeah, Kayla, I set my boundary. Nope. No sexualizing me on my stream. Got that, guys? Do not sexualize me. Not gonna have it. Don't sexualize him either. He won't have it either.
I couldn't even keep up now.
What are you talking about?
Thanks,
Let
Kayla.
him lay
Oh, these guys are having fun jamming, huh?
Keep up.
Now it's time to go. Yeah, we've had a good time. Oh yeah, now we got to go.
This song is such a great like close of stream song. I never even knew I should record this. Closing out the stream. right, bye, Kayla Bear. Have a great night. Rest well. Much love. Love you so much. Have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you on Monday. I'm gonna be there on Monday. I've missed the past 2 weeks, our Monday team meetup, but I'll be there. Love you too. Oh, Jim, yeah, we had a lot of fun in Tovia yesterday. We missed you. We missed you. I know, you're working. You're always working hard. Just like Bitcoin. He's also working hard. We appreciate you. We appreciate you, Bitcoin. I hope you don't feel underappreciated. We appreciate you so much. Jim, you said you're a manager for your work. You're in management. How is your interaction with this topic of aggression and versus passive aggressiveness? Because I feel like in the professional environment, passive aggression is such a big issue. Because people, just don't. They're afraid. They're afraid of losing their job or losing any kind of like political status that they may have within the organization. You have a lot of you do a lot of coaching for people who exhibit that. So what do you say to them? Like how? Because like in my experience, I've had here in this company at TLED, I've had employees, and passive aggression has been an issue with those employees. And in both cases, when I try to request of them to be aggressive, just be straightforward. And holding space to do that too. We've talked about holding space. That's very important to me. I practice that. Of like, if you're going to bring up a touchy subject like that and accuse someone of being passive aggressive, Bitcoin, stop. You had a big lunch today. You've eaten a bunch of treats. You got to stop doing that. Yeah, when you request of them to be more aggressive and more straightforward, there's a lot of offense taken with that. And I haven't cracked the code yet. I haven't cracked the code. To this day, I am still dealing with passive aggression from an employee that stopped working for me almost 4 years ago. And like actively being passive aggressive with me to this day. And it's like, what? After all those years? And there was several meetings that I requested to resolve it. And I opened that safe space of like, hey, is there resentment? Let's talk about it. No, there's no issue. There's no issue. There's never been issue. And then they turn their back and behave completely differently. We work a lot with explaining to people that they have to be upfront and honest and disagree. Yeah, it's scary. Especially when there's like political or power dynamics going on between different people. Let's see. So Jim says, we work in agile teams, so we have to be honest and have good, honest discussions and not hold stuff back. We teach people to have honest and tough discussions with best intentions. That's good. So you're in a more proactive, and I think that's what I need to do, you know, when I bring in future employees, so that this doesn't always turn into a problem, because I think it does. It's always going to turn into a problem, especially in the professional environment, because there are so many like political power dynamics between. It's just there, and so people feel like, oh, I can't say my truth because this person has power over me, and you know, I might jeopardize this potential promotion or whatever. You have to practice how to be able to do that with people. Yeah, I need to work on that. I need to work on that. I always react, so I need to be proactive with it instead of reactive with it. I always react. I'm like, why are you being so passive aggressive? Just tell me the truth. Tell me what you want to say. But, you know, I think more effective would be proactive in like when bringing on new team members or entering into new relationships to set that culture. And that boundary, and maybe even talk proactively, like I have a boundary that people speak their truth directly and quickly versus sitting on it and building up any type of emotions. And to talk about emotions. You know what's one venue that I just can't even imagine how things operate and okay, Bitcoin, lie down. Lie down, boy. It's okay. It's okay, boy. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay, Bitcoin. Jim says you gotta create an atmosphere, whether or are safe, to say things up front and know there's not going to be ramifications unless they're nasty. Yeah, don't be nasty. Yeah, when we're using this word aggressive today, the not meaning nasty at all. No meanness. Like, you can be aggressive and still kind. You know, I think, hey, you're being passive aggressive right now. You are. We heard you the first time when you said you want snacks. You don't have to remind us and make us feel like you're unappreciated. Explain to them how there's a better way. Yeah, that's tough. Oh, explain to Bitcoin, yeah. Bitcoin, there's a better way than making us feel bad. You can just communicate, or you know what you could do? You could just sit in your satisfaction. Do you think you can do that? You could just sit in your happiness, sit in your satisfaction. Like, think about, reflect on all of the great blessings that you've had today. Could you do that? What do you think, Bitcoin? Do you think you can do it? So it looks like Rhino's got some teaware going on. He's making a gaiwan here. This is the base of his gaiwan, the cup, the bowl of his gaiwan. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. He's just trimming the leg. It does look like a pretty big Gaiwan. Pretty large size. But I've noticed that potters that are first getting into teaware tend to make things really big when they first start out. You know, a lot of teaware actually has very delicate sizes. I mean, look at this. This is a common teapot size. How delicate this is. How big my hand is compared to it. But I told him, you know, he's just got to use it, develop some experience with it, and then use that to gauge in his future work the sizes and the shapes that he wants to do. Sounds good, huh, Bitcoin? You like it? Like, you left a little treat here. How could you do that? So, the small size of the teapot, does it have anything to do with ritual? Yes. Yeah. So the small cups, and so like the cup that I'm drinking from seems small, but this is actually a large teacup. This is a large teacup. Most teacups are very small. They can get even as small as this. So small. It's like a Bitcoin-sized teacup. It's tiny. And so the reason why, mostly in Chinese culture, but this is translated into other cultures too, but the small cup forces you to sip. And it forces you to savor and, you know, sit with each sip. So, you know, you're not meant to like just chug back. Because, I mean, even if you were just to take a swig of the whole cup, it'd be like, it's like half a shot. You know, it's not even half a shot. It's a small amount. So you can easily take it all back at one time. But when it's small and it has the, you know, the shape, they always kind of make the shape so it opens up, you know, like tapers, you know, opens up. Yeah, be in the moment with each sip. Exactly that. And so that's part of the ritual. You use the word ritual. I think it's fair. It's a fair word to use for it. It's definitely not a ceremony, but a ritual of really being present, you know, and that's the meaning of tea, ultimately. You know, there's lots of things that could be said about what tea represents and what it means for people around the world, but the Camellia sinensis plant and even the science of the Camellia sinensis plant and the compounds that come out of it that we get to enjoy when we drink it are all based in the concept of mindfulness and presence. And so that's why all of the art would be also connected with those values. So the small cup forces you to enjoy each sip, and the small teapot makes it feasible to, you know, brew several different infusions. I mean, like, you probably fill 4 of these from one teacup. So if you're having a party of 4, even this teapot will be big enough, you know, to serve everybody. Yes, every sip. But since I'm drinking by myself, I'm drinking from this cup, which is, you know, larger. It's still quite small, and it still does force you to sip. I love this cup. The color, this blue color inside of it. It just, when I saw this cup in the artist studio, this I got this in Jishambana, in the city of Jinghong. There's a style of pottery called dai, the Dai people are, you know, inhabitants in this area. Very similar to Thai. Language is similar, customs are similar, but their style of teaware is like this. And it's like an unfinished kind of rustic style of teaware. But this one has a very beautiful glaze on it. It's like a sand glaze. And I just love that blue color. I felt like I was like getting sucked in and lost in that blue color when I first saw this cup at the artist studio. See that? Ooh, so pretty, pretty, pretty. Jim, how's the weather up in Portland? We've been actually having some very Portland-like weather here in Vegas. We did get snow on Monday and Tuesday. Enough to stick to the ground and stay, which was kind of fun. It's all melted and gone now, but today was a little rainy. We did have some storm clouds passing through, and yeah, it felt a little bit like Portland. Cold, definitely cold. That's why Bitcoin letting us know it's been cold. He wants us to know. Huh? You want us to know how cold it's been? Jim, do you have any newly discovered boundaries in your life that have become important to you, that you find yourself communicating to people? Well, that's what I'm talking about today. I know we're talking about, you know, passive-aggressive behavior and versus aggressive behavior, but one of the keys to it is first knowing your truth, knowing your boundaries. And I think that that's a process that we go through our entire life. You don't reach a certain age and say, all right, I'm set. I know all my boundaries. I know how I like to live my life, and this is it. I think that that's a journey we go on our entire life, getting to know ourselves. Hey, Baked and Laid. So you're asking, would you ever mix tea with wok? You're talking about wok like in the big stir fry pan? That wok? Because you know green tea in China, and actually this green tea that I'm drinking today is processed. The final drying step is done in a wok. It's done in like an electric powered wok. Lay down. You can lay down. Lay down. Bitcoin. Don't be acting like that. You are very loved and very cherished. You have a lot to be grateful for, boy. Jim says, my wife and I just had a conversation about reassessing ourselves in our relationship. That's incredible. How did that go? I mean, please don't share details. That's not what I'm looking for here. But like in that experience, what you learned about yourself. Like maybe what I want to ask is like, how did the experience feel? Was it like intimidating? Was it invigorating, you know, once it was complete? Because that's usually my feeling when I have those types of conversations with people in my life. Bitcoin, you completely cut yourself off, but he's just trying to be close to this. This is what he wants. But no. Yeah, woks are a very common tool used in tea processing in China. Hey, let's see his Gaiwan. Check out his Gaiwan. He's showing off his new Gaiwan. Awesome. So Jim says it was a very hard, a little scary, but I think we're going to move in the right direction. That's great. You know, and that's the best that you can ask for. Could you imagine if you didn't do that? Or let's say you wait another 10 years until you do that? How challenging, how much more painful and scary it would be. Hey, no more. No more begging like that. Baked and Lay said, in my relationships, I'm hyper analytical. Whenever anything happens, I super peel back the layers. It's like breaking the fourth wall in real life. Now, okay, so you call yourself hyper analytical. That's good. So that means that you're willing to like dig in and expand perspective and collect information to help with your decision and with knowing your honesty. How do you react to conflict though? Like let's say something happens and then you're analytical, and in that analysis you end up learning that, you know, one of your boundaries has been pushed, and that's the core of the problem, is that you're not comfortable with the situation. Like you're not able to be fully in your truth. Are you aggressive and saying and just like speaking out your analysis? Are you know the final understanding of your analysis and what your boundaries are? Or are you avoiding confrontation and just being within your own head? Because I would say that I'm also hyper analytical. I'm like a mathematician. I'm a scientist. I always just love fully understanding everything. But as I confessed, hey, get out of there. As I confessed earlier tonight, I have an issue. I won't be passive aggressive, but I will sacrifice my own values out of fear of like being alone. And so specifically in relationships, I will oftentimes like I will just be in my own head, and you know, I won't be passive aggressive, but like I will compromise and I will like make excuses within my own head of like, okay, I'm just going to like inch this boundary a little bit this way so that everything will be cool. And I've come to learn, you know, especially the pandemic has really helped with empowering me to hold strong to my values and boundaries and whatnot. Because yeah, the fear of being alone has become much less now because we're so much less social than we were before the pandemic, and it's just a lot more easier for me to feel like, okay, yeah, I can be alone and I'll be okay. Before, yeah, I was just constantly socializing, constantly in presence of somebody else, which was usually good and healthy. But when it came to like my very close relationships, there's a few relationships in particular that I wish that I would have just put my foot down on from the day one, about like, this is my boundary and I'm not going to let you cross that boundary. But instead, like one of those relationships I let go on for like 5.5 years of repeatedly letting somebody overcross my boundary, and I just repeatedly made excuses on why I was allowing that to happen, when at the core of it I was just afraid of being alone. Yeah. So Baked and Lay says, I take it on immediately. You're only with me because I'm dependable. Our relationship doesn't actually matter to you. I'm just in the right place at the right time. Huh. I guess I don't understand the context of that specifically. So, because really, to be honest, like without knowing the context of that quote that you just provided, that's actually quite passive-aggressive behavior. Self-doubting yourself. Versus the aggressive thing. I mean, if these are truths, if it is true that you feel that the relationship is not being appreciated, doesn't matter to the other person, if you really felt that way, then you would just say it outright. Then, yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Earlier, I had done a little bit of a web search on passive-aggressive. Instead of getting visibly angry, some people express their hostility in passive-aggressive ways designed to hurt and confuse their target. Oh, so here's some other common forms of passive aggression include avoiding responsibility for tasks, procrastinating, and even missing deadlines, withholding critical information, and frequently underachieving relative to when is capable of producing. Man, that completely like expands that definition. Because I'm responsible for doing this type of stuff. I procrastinate all the time. I don't miss deadlines, but I do procrastinate. I don't withhold critical information. That's something I am not. I'm the opposite of that. But sometimes I do feel that I do frequently underachieve relative to what I know I'm capable of, which, you know, anybody who knows my work would probably argue that that's not true because I produce a lot. I'm just constantly producing, but I know I could be doing better. But I don't, you know, but like that's something that I have, like, I've processed. That's taken me years to process. And it's very similar to the processing that I did in setting up my boundaries of like the lifestyle that I want to live and that I want to be an example of for others to live. I had a challenge in setting those boundaries because I knew I was doomed for failure. That like if I set a boundary of what I really wanted, like I want to be nonviolent, I want to be peaceful and joyful and awesome with everybody and everything, every living thing. Which means, yeah, you got to be vegetarian and you got to like do things a certain way. You know, not use fossil fuels, don't use single-use plastics. And it's like, whoa, I am like constantly going to be feeling like I'm in a state of failure and hypocrisy if I set those kinds of boundaries. So I didn't set those boundaries. And same thing with this problem with my work. You know, I'd like give myself a hard time when I felt like I wasn't producing at the level that I could possibly be producing. And that like I'm somehow doing things wrong. And I had a big issue with that. But in the past couple of years, I've really come to terms with that. That like, I just need to kick back. Like, I'm producing. When I stop producing, then I can really challenge myself. Like, am I really not pushing myself hard enough? But I have a whole long life to live. And yes, I'm not getting any younger, but at the same time, there's still a whole lot of life to live. and a whole lot more production to be done. And that I shouldn't wear myself out, and definitely don't put myself into like a negative headspace about it, because that's not going to do any good either. So yeah, I'm coming to terms with that. Coming to terms with like, I don't have to be on 100% all the time. I'm pretty happy with where I am. Passive-aggressive behavior can take the form of words, blaming others, or making excuses or actions, giving someone the silent treatment, ghosting. No more ghosting. We can resolve to not ghost anymore. No one's aware of being passive-aggressive, and no one likes being accused of being passive-aggressive. Jim says, when you set large, broad goals, you have to see it as a journey. Exactly. Yeah, you see it as a journey, and just constantly hold yourself accountable for it. Let's see, this is passive-aggressive behavior controlling. It is not uncommon for an individual to use passive aggression to get their way when they don't like conflict. For instance, a parent who doesn't want the bedtime responsibilities might play with the child instead of going through their usual sleep routine, driving the other parent to take over again. While these sneaky tactics might result in a short-term win, confronting the passive-aggressive person may be necessary to restore trust in the relationship in the long run. Thanks, Jim. Thanks for that reminder. Yeah, recognize no one's perfect. We're all human. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. But Quinn's like, I'm not human, I'm a dog, and I'm perfect. That's what he says. Oh, baby. Oh, he's playing Dig now. No more T-wear. No more T-wear. Yeah, thanks, Jim. We are all just human. Trying to do the best that we can to live the best life that we can. That is definitely being human. Perfect Bitcoin. All right, Jim, we'll have a great evening. I hope you rest well. I hope you have a relaxing weekend, and we'll see you soon. Thank you so much for stopping by. We love you very much. On Bitcoin? Yeah, we love him. He's always standing up for you. He's always standing up for the little Bitcoin rights. Yes. Such a good boy. Such a good boy. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate you. I do. What's going on, Biddy? You want more treats? Let's see if I can find you a treat. I found him a treat. Tiny. Sacred. Chicharron. Chicharron, boy. Chicharron, chicharron. Yes, you good boy. Oh, all right, we got friends coming. We got friends coming. You gotta be ready. I'll be ready this time, Bitcoin. We haven't been ready in the past weeks. Still brewing, guys. I'm on like my 5th infusion. We have friends coming, so more than likely gonna brew something else. Bitcoin says something else? You got another chicharron? Hello, welcome. Welcome to my tea table. Rhino Lion, thanks so much for coming by, raiding me and Bitcoin in our tea session today. I hope you guys don't mind, but we're in an aggressive mood today. And that's a good thing. It is a very good thing because we're talking about the importance and the power and the magic of being aggressive. Because, yeah, man. Hey, Otter Force! Thanks for coming by, saying hello. Welcome to my tea table. Let me introduce myself. My name is Elise. This is my tea table. This is my trusted companion, Bitcoin. And we're based in Las Vegas, Nevada. We own, I say we because he is CFO and head of security. We own a technology company, and we provide marketplace software for independent tea farmers to do business and trade with tea business buyers. So I'm a tea importer and tea expert. I'm also a food scientist, and so I like to think about food in a very like molecular, chemical, type of situation. You grew up in Nellis Air Force Base. Cool. Awesome. Awesome. I don't live too far from there. I'm kind of north town. I'm in old part of town, just outside of downtown. Vegas is popping now. I don't know the last time you were here, but downtown Las Vegas has definitely cleaned itself up. I guess you could say, and it's a very trendy, cool place to hang out. I spend time downtown, but now my tea table and my tea room and my warehouse, all of this is in Chinatown. So I have the great pleasure of being a part of Chinatown. Oh, it's been 2 decades. Well, you got to come back. And if you do come back, come visit my tea room. Let's drink tea. Vegas is a very important tea town in the country now. When I moved here 7 years ago, it definitely was not a popular tea town. I've done a lot of work to make tea more popular here in Las Vegas. So much so, I've got 2 legacy goals. I got 2 legacy goals before I leave Las Vegas. The legacy that I want to leave here. The first one is that I want to make a neon, a T neon. And I want it to be a part of the skyline, just like the high roller Ferris wheel has become part of the skyline. I want my T neon to be a part of that skyline. So it may have to be all the way up in the sky, but we'll get it. We'll get it up there. My second legacy goal before I leave Las Vegas is to get the city to change its slogan. And actually, to be honest, the slogan is not what you think it is. The slogan has changed in the past few years, but most people think of the slogan here to be what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That was definitely the mantra that I remember when I used to come party here when I was in college. But now it's something else. It's like, I forget. It's that impressive that I've forgotten what the city slogan is. But what I'm campaigning for is for the city to change its slogan to "In Vegas, we drink tea." A lot could be said in that slogan. And Vegas is going through some evolution now, and the pandemic has really put that into high speed of evolving the city from, a city of debauchery and artificial abundance to a city of like mindfulness and high quality. So if anybody's been to Vegas lately, you would know that it's very expensive to eat here, to stay here, to be here, I remember when I was in college, coming here was just like crazy. Alcohol free everywhere, cheap food everywhere. But they were making all of their money on the gambling. But people are not gambling now. That's a shift that's happened in our culture around the world. And I think it's like younger people, millennials and Gen Zers who are, all over 21 now and able to come be, valid consumers of the Vegas economy, but they're not gambling. People aren't gambling as much. What happens in Vegas gets on social media. That might be the new one. That's true. But in Vegas we drink tea. Cheers to that. It means that we're cultured. It means that we have high quality appreciation of things. And, it could mean cannabis too. That's actually another angle too. Since we've legalized recreational cannabis, there is a movement of turning Las Vegas into an Amsterdam type of city where tourists would come here specifically to enjoy cannabis and have these places, these trendy gathering places where they can consume the cannabis. Just like in Amsterdam, they have the coffee shops. And so what I've been promoting within that movement is for the identity of these like tea gathering places to be tea houses. And so that can be the slang. Oh, we're gonna go to the tea house to go hang out. It means, yeah, we're gonna go get Irie. We're gonna go get Irie. Oh, people are gambling more online. Yeah, they're definitely not coming to the casinos to gamble. Speaking of casinos, I've got my lucky chip here. Any Bitcoin fans? Any Bitcoin fans here? Yeah, Bitcoin's been doing well. Oh, Bitcoin, you've been doing really well. We named him Bitcoin because he was brought into the family in summer of 2013, and at that time we had recently launched Bitcoin payments on our retail website for selling tea, and it turned into like our largest revenue source for a while, and really that revenue, that business opportunity had sustained us to like survive and to keep working. But not so much now. We're not really selling too much tea in Bitcoin, but we are using Bitcoin for moving money more efficiently and more affordably around the world. So that's a big deal. So we definitely still are a pro-Bitcoin company, but just in a different way. But yeah, we got the office dog, and we thought, what to call him? What name should we give him? And it was like, duh, call him Bitcoin. He's golden. He's a golden pup. And he ended up being a really great education tool because, I take him to the dog park or something and they say, oh, who's your cute dog? I say, oh, it's a Bitcoin. And they say, oh, I heard the CEO of Bitcoin is corrupt. And then, that turned into a really great launching point for educating them on what Bitcoin actually is. Rhino Lion, I was watching your stream. I actually anytime I see T-Ware coming up, I'm always like, I had it playing in the background a little bit for our community to interact with and see. Your Guy Wan's looking very nice. I'm very happy about it. So today we are listening to a collection of tabla jams. I'm a big fan of the tabla. I actually have a tabla. I'm not a musician. I am not musically inclined, but there are certain things that I'm interested in, and tabla is one of them. So I was in India in 2017 and just kind of casually going around in Delhi, and ended up stumbling into this super hole in the wall music store on the 3rd floor of a building. I was actually looking for a bookstore and didn't find the bookstore, but came across this music store. Oh, you put it, okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, the size does look a little bit big, Rhino. But it's okay, it's all part of the process. It's all part of that process of discovering for yourself. That Gung Fu. I talked about Gung Fu Cha, when you're serving tea, that's mindfulness and your practice and what you're doing, all with the goal of producing the best cup of tea or providing the best cup of tea you can for your guests. That same thing happens in T-Ware, and so it just takes your time. I think it's beautiful. I saw it. I thought it was beautiful. Yeah, okay, so that was the one that I saw. So I popped into your stream for a little while. How did that happen? I popped into your stream for just a second, and I saw you were carving into this. This looks so cool. It reminds me of shells. I think people would like this. But yeah, that the size of this one looks great. It looks awesome. The foot is actually good though, because I know there's a lot of debate about what's the ideal shape and size for a chawan. I think having the flat, the shape that you've made for the bowl itself is my personal preference. That's what I like. But some people, they do like it a little bit more rounded, but I like a flat bottom. I can't see inside of it, but you really do want it to be flat, because if there's even a divot, where the foot is, that's not good for matcha, because the matcha powder can settle in that divot. So it's always good to keep it flat. But it looks nice. Thanks for sharing, Rhino. I'm excited for this one. And the Guy Wan, even if it is oversized, that's just going to come through your experience. That's why I was most excited to hear about when you start using it to brew tea. And I'll send you tea to brew in it. That's going to be important. Thanks, Rhino. Thank you so much. So yeah, I stumbled into this music store and the guys were super friendly and they had like all these sitars and there was some tabla there and I was like, tabla, I'm interested. How much would tabla cost? He had just finished making one. It's all handmade. And it was like equivalent to like $90. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like this is like handmade, handcrafted, and it's like professional grade. And I was like, I would like feel wrong not taking this with me, although it was like big and heavy because it's two drums. It's like the bigger, fatter drum and then the solid, smaller drum. Very heady. Oh, you asked about hop tea. Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't reply to that. I'll reply to it now. Okay, yeah, so I haven't heard about that at all. I haven't. Angel Shapeshifter. I haven't heard about hop. I know, beer. I don't think beer is so good for women's health, though. Yeah. So you read that a central and that's why there's arguments, Rhino. So it's okay. Like whatever you do is gonna be fine. There's all different schools of thought around the size. I personally like it when it's flat. It's like even when it's flat. Like this size, like this is not an ideal shape size, but this works. I definitely make some nice matcha in this. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a couple other examples. This one's dirty. I had tea dust in it. I was collecting tea dust. But this is like the ideal shape that I like. This is not handmade. This is cheap. I got this at the I mean, if you're just getting into matcha, I actually recommend something like this before, going to an artist and investing in a bowl. Because if you get a bowl like this, they cost like $15. I'm sorry, Rhino. Like, I'm not trying to not promote you. I'm trying to make sure that you get the right customers that will like be good, long, sustained customers of yours. So people that are new on their tea journey, which is a lot of people, most people, I always recommend for them to start purchasing teaware. I mean, the most ideal is if you can come across teawares in like thrift stores. Like that's the most ideal. So if you're already thrifting, like just keep an extra eye out for teawares. There's always great teawares, especially if you're in like San Francisco area, like Bay Area, Seattle area. Not only are there a lot of like local tea lovers, but there's a lot of like Asian Americans that like when people die and their family acquires all their things, a lot of times the younger generations don't appreciate these things, and so sometimes you can score really great teaware from thrift stores. But if not, you can get like factory made commercial grade stuff like this, and so like something like this would only cost like $15 versus like a handcrafted good chawan like the one that Rhino had shared in the Discord, that you should expect to pay at least $60 or $80 US for something like that, if not more, into hundreds, especially with all the artistic detail that you put on the outside of it. I mean, the detail here is just the glaze. It's cool. It's got a little dragonfly, but I like this because I like the shape. And so whenever I buy artisan tea wares. From this bowl, I learned the shape that I like. And so, like, I know what to invest in. But this is another example here. I love this one. I just love the color. So this one does not have an exact flat bottom. It's a rounded. My friend Marie from Albuquerque made this one. I love the colors. Matcha, like a beautiful frothy bowl of matcha, looks so beautiful in this bowl because of the colors. It's got some cool, some of the glaze doesn't look so great right there, but I love the colors. But this is a good size. The one thing I have heard is that, like, the legs, the foot of the bowl is important. Like, practitioners of Cha No Yu, of like the tea ceremony, they like having, like, 'cause you give the bowl to your guests and it's like on the ground, like you place it on the tatami mat in front of them. You want to give them like an easy ability to be able to pick up the bowl and hold it without having to grab it from like the rim up here. So that's why the foot is important, not to make it a flat bowl. Yeah, you don't want there could be a small divot there. Let's see. I'll go check it out. There can be a small divot, but you don't want a big one because, yeah, even if you whisk it really well, some of the matcha powder will settle at the bottom. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's hardly a divot. That's like not a divot at all. That's fine. That bowl's gonna be great. It's gonna be a nice bowl. A very nice bowl. Awesome. Yeah, a divot would be, let's see if I have an example here. I don't know. I don't have any divoted things. I don't know if I showed last time. I know, but this is another piece that I really like. People like this. People are looking for like pieces like this that are like all in one. So the lid is also a cup. And there's a basket in here. And the basket is almost as big as the cup. This is Korean. This is valuable. This my friend Eric Glass, he was here a few weeks ago. He gifted this to me. He collects a lot of clay. But this is nice because it's like a all-in-one for single service, and then it stacks really nice together. Yeah, try something like this. Yeah, tea people are always looking for something like this. Yeah, it is kind of like a mushroom. That's cute. It's cute. I never thought of it. Now that you've called it a mushroom, I can't unsee it now. All right, so more questions about the hop tea. Yeah, this is all new for me. I don't know much about hop tea. I don't know much about hops. I am interested in learning more about hops, and I'm sure as my business develops and my work develops, I will become more knowledgeable on hops. Currently, right now, I am doing a lot of exploration and research on hemp, industrial hemp, which is interesting, which you can make a nice tea. I have some here. I brew it sometimes. I drink it. It's relaxing. Smells very, very airy. So you saw an article from a site called Growforge Cook Ferments, and it talked about brewing it straight up like a tea. I just never heard of any company selling them for the purpose of tea until recently. Yeah, Buddha Teas sells all of those interesting herbal things. So I am an expert of tea, and tea is made from the Camellia sinensis plant. So I'll show you an example of that. This is the plant. It grows and grows and hedges. It also grows as a big tree if you let it go wild. And just the first 2 leaves and a bud are harvested for making tea. And you can make white tea, green tea, black tea, oolong tea, pu'er tea, and yellow tea. Those are the different categories that can be made. So it's kind of like grapes and wine. Different varieties are better suited for different types of tea categories or wine categories. So I deal exclusively in this product. Anything made from this product is called tea. The original word for it in Chinese is cha. And half of the world decided to change it to some word associated with te or tea. And then the rest of it kept it some origin of the word cha. So chai, shai, shai. Those are all coming from this plant. In the United States, we didn't have a tea culture for a very long time because at the time of our independence and revolution, tea was a very important symbol of oppression. So much so that we threw it all in the Boston Harbor. And we tabooized tea for generations, and until recently we've started to reintroduce tea into our culture, but without any type of established, tea culture. And so in our vocabulary, we call anything that's infused in hot water a tea, even if it's not coming from the tea plant. And so that's okay. It's okay. We can call it a tea. But that's why I'm not well versed in other herbal infusions. But I look forward to getting into it. So that's like the hemp flower. And I would think that hops is similar to that. I don't know about it for women's health. I've found with the hemp tea when it's brewed up and you drink it, I don't think it releases a whole lot of the CBD because I believe the CBD is not water soluble, and when you're infusing your tea, it's I lost my mouse. Interesting. It happens sometimes. I lose my mouse. I can't find my mouse. Maybe my battery's going low. What? What? Are you being passive aggressive? No, none of that behavior around here. You just tell me what you want. It's very important. Okay, found my mouse. I can get back to chat with you guys. Oh, my battery is going low. Must be it. What's up, boy? What you gotta say? I would be. I'll look it up right now. Just use vodka for the hemp tea? Oh yeah, to extract the CBD if you wanted it. Yeah, but I'm not trying to do that. I'm actually not trying to explore uses of the hemp flower for medicinal purposes because, yeah, that train has already gone. It's full speed all the big pharmaceutical companies are, they're already in it. They're already investing in the research and everything. I don't really want to explore CBD market. Plus, it's so murky with the FDA regulations around making products with CBD in it. So, I like it when it's steeped as a tea. It's subtle. It's really subtle, and the flavor is nice too. You get like the nuances, and if you are a consumer of cannabis or a connoisseur of cannabis, it's actually a really great way to like interact with the subtleties of the product. You like rooibos and matcha. Awesome. So rooibos, that's one of those herbs. That's one of those tisane. That's the technical term for it. Tisane. Red bush from South Africa. I may get into that eventually because there's demand for it. People like it. Yeah, go ahead and link the article. Or let me There's lots of health benefits to vodka. Yes, you're right, Rhino. You're totally right about that. Hi, John Long! Yay! Oh, just got so excited. Hi! You just followed me. Thank you for the follow, John, my good friend. How are you doing tonight? Happy Friday night. Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you for whispering that, Angel. I will check that out. And actually, maybe I'll stream about it. If it's something interesting, I might stream about it. Talking about hop tea. Oh, John, thank you for coming by. I hope you're gonna have a great weekend. It's just starting. It's Friday night. It's Friday night. We're having a disco in the tea fields. It's great. Bitcoin's a little bored. I ran out of chicharron for him, so he's not so happy. But yeah, we are talking about the importance of being aggressive. It's very important. Knowing your truth, speaking your truth. You've never caught me live. That's true. Well, okay, so the first reason why is because you weren't following me. Thank you for following me. John, it's so great to meet you. I don't know if you've ever seen one of my VODs or you've seen me on Instagram or something, but this is the first time you've seen me. It's me. Nice to meet you, John. It's your Wednesday. You have to work today and tomorrow. Aw, it's a bummer. All right, Rhino, have a great night. Thank you so much for coming by. Love you so much. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for all the awesomeness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Aji says, I haven't been able to get into black teas and common green teas because of their taste. Well, I would like to help you with that. I think I can help you with that. I really do. Positive aggression. Yes, positive. Aggressive kindness. Maybe that's another way to put it. Aggressive kindness. But, yeah, Aji, stick around, follow me. I'd love to, like, get some teas to you. And maybe we could even drink them together. We can do, like, a live tea drinking session, and I can explain all of the intricacies and the nuances. And a lot of times, especially when it comes to green tea, the challenge with making a green tea that everybody loves is if you oversteep the tea, you can extract too much of the caffeine and even tannins, which are responsible for astringency. So it can be very unpleasant tasting, like so bitter and so astringent, it's not good. So Angel Shape, that's good. Says, I've been a fan of herbal teas for a long time due to their benefits. I often drink ginger tea for my stomach's sake and sore throat. Also, I prefer loose leaf over tea bags and I have a good source that's considered a zero waste company and focus on organic and fair trade. Well, that's very good. It's very good, Angel. Yep. I like ginger too. Sometimes I'll even chew on fresh ginger. It really helps with the throat. It helps like open up all of the... Wow, John, thanks for the great recommendation. Speaking of Dragon Well, that's what I've been drinking today. That's what I drank today. I'm pretty much done. But yeah, super mild. Super mild. But I was just, this way of brewing in Chinese culture a lot of times is called grandpa style, where you just brew it in the glass. And the tea is so mild and so sweet and nutty in flavor that even if you leave the boiling water in for a long time, it will not over extract the caffeine and all that astringency and kind of bad character of the tea. So you are right, John. Dragon Well is a great introductory tea for getting into green tea because you can't really oversteep it. It's pretty mild. The only issue though is like the authentic Westlake Dragon Well from Hangzhou area can be very expensive. It can be very expensive. And then here's something else I'm gonna just say. I'm gonna say, and it just makes me sad. There's no organic tea in all of Hangzhou. It's just the elevation is so low that they have major insect issues in the summertime. And so when I was there and, asked them about their organic practices and the intentions and the things that they're implementing to do more organic production, their reasoning on it is, we don't put the chemicals on until the summertime because the bugs, they don't come until the summertime. But we harvest all of our tea in the spring. And so by the time we put the chemicals on, it rains so many times that the chemicals wash away. So when the spring comes, the tea is clean. And I'm like, that's not how it works. Like, the chemicals just go into the soil and they just become, a part of the whole ecology. It's a big gap between farmers and what we consider to be organic. And Angel, as you mentioned, you're working with a company that focuses on fair trade in addition, and that's an even more corrupted system than the organic system is fair trade. I advise anybody to not look at fair trade. Yeah, Mountain Rose Herbs is not a zero waste company. They are not organic. Well, they might be organic, but fair trade is definitely not there. I mean, what you may think in your heart, in your mind, like I did when I started this journey of like learning about food, I always thought that like fair trade meant like ethical on like our own standards of what ethical means, and it's totally not the case. Fair Trade is a for-profit organization. They charge a farm about $30,000 a year to inspect them. There's a problem. And when they inspect a tea farm or any kind of farm that's producing products, they only hold the farm accountable for local labor laws or local human rights laws. So in a place like Darjeeling, right? So Darjeeling's a famous tea growing area. Everybody knows it. It is part of the West Bengal state of India. India allows every state to set their own minimum wages for their own categories of work. And so in West Bengal, the lowest minimum wage of any category of work, even lower than street sweepers and sanitation workers, is tea farm workers. And the minimum wage is 90 rupees per day, which is about $1.50 a day. So as long as you pay Fair Trade $30,000 a year, and then you pay your employees $1.50 a day, you can get the Fair Trade certificate. Now, a real ethical, small-scale family production that is doing good work and really supporting their community, they probably don't even do $30,000 a year in revenue, period. So they can't even afford for fair trade to come and certify them. So I suggest and recommend to everybody to think deeper about the products that they consume. If they really do care about organic and ethical, really dig deeper. And the same thing can be said about organic. Organic certification is a very costly endeavor. And so a lot of farms that are doing, boo to fair trade. Thanks, John. Boo. Boo to fair trade. It's true. Fair trade it gets under my skin, you know? And people always ask me, like, who's your competitor? Do you consider Teavana or David's Tea your competitor? I'm like, no. Like, those are all potential partners. I'll be working with all those companies soon enough. I see fair trade as my competition because there's so much, like, trust and allegiance to that brand. And it's a total sham. You know, it's totally not being serviced. And maybe we don't need to trust a seal. It's like we're in a day and age now with like information being shared and accountability to be there that we can let the truth speak for itself versus trusting this seal, which, you know, is always going to be corruptible. Yeah, you should try Dragonwell. You want to work with grocery stores? What do you want to do, John, at grocery stores? You want to help them with their sourcing and their quality control and such? And John gave some really great tasting notes for Dragonwell tea. A light citrus touch, not very good with milk or cream. No, most good teas are not very good with milk or cream. Although I do enjoy a good milk tea every now and then, but that's usually want to like find a very tannic like black tea and brew it very heavily so that it will cut through the sweetness and the richness of the milk and the sugar. Oh, John, you want to help create dishes for their products? That's cool. I used to do that, actually. I worked for a private label company that made dry mix for Trader Joe's and Whole Foods, which are two major, you know, organic grocery stores. That was the first experience that totally... This is an interesting jam. What song is this? This is the cover of the Daft Punk song, but it's got Tabla on it. I love it. Yeah, we did dry mix. So dry mix is considered anything that's like in a bag, in a box that you would then prepare at home. So like mac and cheese or rice-a-roni or cake mixes that you know, mix and bake at home. Those are all considered dry mix. And so we did private label, mostly was Trader Joe's, and I got to develop a lot of that. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. But I got really jaded at that job because in addition to doing product development, I also did all of their like FDA regulatory compliance stuff. And I had to certify the factory organic because Whole Foods requires all of their vendors to be certified organic. So I went through that whole process. It took me about 6 months full time to put together all of the documentation and the programs for our inspection. And I kid you not, I spent the last 2 weeks of that process just forging the manager's signature on the papers because I set everything up. It was like a binder. It was like a binder that was like this thick of all the papers, all the documents that were part of the program. Like we didn't actually have to change anything in our process or our system because we were already sourcing organic products and organic, but it's just such like an administrative, you know, type of thing that you have to go through. And so I told my boss, I'm like, hey, we're not going to qualify. We have to have like at least 4 years of daily record keeping from our manager, you know, verifying that we've been following this program. And my boss said, well, we just got to figure it out. Forge those signatures if you need to. And so yeah, it was like a huge file of all of these like daily verification sheets that I had to fake sign. I just like hated that. I was like, this is not organic. This is not what I thought organic was. I was really jaded on that. Oh, good boy, Bitcoin. Good boy. Oh, you gotta try yerba mate. Yerba mate is very good, especially Brazilian yerba mate. That's cool that you gotta try Brazilian because you know, like the Argentine yerba mate is the more popular one. It's like the most prevalent that you see, but I think the Brazilian one is higher quality. They do a lot of different things too. It's a very popular like street food drink in Brazil. I would like to try that. I heard they make one with like lemon juice and sugar. And street vendors sell it on the beach. Man, that sounds incredible. Sitting on the beach in Brazil drinking a refreshing yerba mate. Yeah, paperwork. It's the backbone. It's the backbone of everything that's annoying. It's so hard. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun doing formulations. Like that was my favorite part of the work, was coming up with formulas, new recipes, and new ideas. But I just got so like the big like Whole Foods launch, I had to prepare, I think it was like 12 different dishes. They basically like went to the grocery store and got like mainstream brands of like mushroom risotto or you know, a certain type of cornbread mix. Like they got all these examples and they were like, we want like organic certified version of all of these things. And it took me a long time. It took me maybe like 8 or 9 months to come up with all the formulas, because you have to like repeat the formula over and over again. And if you're trying to create like a comparison, a comparable, you have to keep tweaking it until you match up what they're looking for. And I was really proud of what I came up with, and we had the sales meeting. The Whole Foods sales team came to meet with us to taste the selection. And so like I prepared everything, put on the table out for them, and they drank everything and were like, okay, cool, this works. Now let's talk about marketing. It's like they didn't even like give feedback, or they didn't even, I don't even think they even like really were tasting what I provided for them. They just wanted to make sure, okay, it exists. This recipe exists. And then they like immediately started talking about like color packaging. They're like, okay, well, let's just imagine that like we're like, you know, like we're health conscious young people and we're walking through the grocery store and we see this on the shelf. Like, what color should it be to like grab our attention? And I was like, man, this is not about sustenance at all. Like, this is not about providing food and sustenance to people. This is like plain mind tricks and just trying to convince people that they need something that they don't really need. And so I was really turned off. And that's why I'm on the journey I'm on now. Because I'm like, the only way that I can do what I want to do is if I just do it myself. Which is cool. And this day of internet and connectivity, it's been quite feasible. It's been, you know, a good experience. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for all you guys being here, supporting my work, supporting my passion, showing interests in this stuff that I'm talking about. Which, you know, it's important stuff. So, you know, I'm towards the end of my stream. I've been discussing, every Friday night, I like to come on, and instead of partying hard and being raucous, which I usually like to do on Friday nights, I've been committing this year to spending Friday nights with you guys talking about different topics about how to live the best life. Now, the best life is not like a specific protocol that I claim to know or practice myself. These are all generalizations. And of course, tea is the backbone of all of that. Tea is the backbone of a life of mindfulness and of getting yourself to a happier place. I truly believe. Of all of my studies in food and my travels around the world, tea is by far the most communal, the most health oriented and the most empowering food product or any type of product that I've come across. So I'm a huge advocate. In today's topic, what I'm talking about for living the best life is the importance of being aggressive. And I don't mean aggressive as in, you're ready to fight and take on, anybody physically. But I'm talking about aggression of knowing your values, knowing your truth, knowing your boundaries. And that's the bigger part of the battle, is knowing your boundaries. What are you comfortable with? What are your values? And what lifestyle do you want to live? And what boundaries are you going to create for others that are going to interact with you in order for you to live that life that you want to live, that you know you need to be living? And how to effectively communicate that with others so that they know your boundaries and respect your boundaries, and we can all live happier, better lives. So I like to encourage all of us to think about those boundaries. I spoke on a boundary that I've made recently in life, and a fear that I had about creating that boundary earlier in life, because I attempted to create a boundary early on in my life. I was very strict. I want to live a non-violent, peaceful life in every way possible. And I was influenced by a group of Jain people. Jain is a sect of Hinduism. They are very passionate about nonviolence. They don't even cut their hair because they believe that cutting your hair is a violent act. They don't eat meat. And so I tried to live that lifestyle, and I failed miserably. In our modern society, it's so hard to stay true to absolutes like that. And so I kind of gave up for many, many years. Actually, I'll say for a decade at least, I gave up on trying to hold on to that value, because I figured, I'll just be a hypocrite. If I say I'm going to live this way, I'm just forever going to be a hypocrite. And I gave up on creating a boundary. And a boundary that I've created recently that is really helping me peck off a little bit of it, and realizing like there's battles worth fighting, and that we need to fight those battles and be strong on that. And relating with my lifestyle around food is at the beginning of 2020, I gave up high fructose corn syrup. And I tell you what, that was such a good, it was good for my own health. It was good for my own understanding of my own diet. And high fructose corn syrup, like if you're trying to get away from like unethical products and processed food and unhealthy food, there's a whole list of all the things that you should avoid if you want to do that. But I've found high fructose corn syrup to be a very good cover-all ingredient that covers a lot of bases if you don't consume it. And it's an example of a very feasible, achievable boundary that I created for myself that is helping me navigate and reconcile this fear of being a hypocrite, or this fear of being a failure that I would have. So earlier in the stream, I was talking with chat about some ideas that we all had of boundaries that we'd like to establish and work on and think around. And so, I'd like to encourage you to bring that into your life and think about boundaries. And it doesn't have to be just about food or your lifestyle. It could be about relationships. A lot of times relationships is a very difficult place to remain true to yourself. And that brings me to the trigger word. It's a trigger word, and I'm not trying to trigger anybody here, but we need to face this problem because we are responsible for it, and it's associated with this lack of aggression and lack of boundaries, lack of honoring our truth, and that's passive aggression. Passive aggression. It's a bad thing. It's not an inherently evil thing, but it definitely stagnating for our happiness, stagnating for our communication, stagnating for our truth to be honored. And let's all avoid it. You know, let's avoid that passive aggressiveness. Let's take on our feelings immediately, communicate our feelings immediately. And, you know, most of the time, we're not even aware when we're passive aggressive. And so, you know, I've come to realize in having this discussion is that the hardest part of not being passive aggressive, of being aggressive is knowing our own boundaries, knowing our truth. You know, so that's why I'm going to keep reminding everyone, like, think of your boundaries. Don't be afraid of boundaries. Don't be afraid that a boundary in relationships may jeopardize your relationship, because the only thing that truly will jeopardize that relationship is passive aggressiveness and lack of honesty. So, you know, it's important. It's important to be aggressive. If anybody ever calls you aggressive, don't take it as an insult. Maybe try to understand. Is it like a bullying, nasty, negative aggression, or is it a positive aggression? Is it aggressive kindness was the word I thought of earlier today. I thought it was charming and nice. But yeah, that's it. Be more aggressive. Be more honest. Oh, and here's the last thing. Stop fucking ghosting. That's just gotta end. No more. No more ghosting. I got ghosted earlier this week, and that was the whole start of like where I was thinking of this topic today is like, don't ghost. Like, if you don't like something someone said, if you don't feel comfortable, if you don't think that someone's on the same page as you and you don't need to interact with them anymore, that's great. Know your boundaries, but freaking communicate them. Tell that person, hey, I don't think I want to talk to you anymore. I'm going to block you. That's fine too. You're going to block them. That's fine. Tell them. Don't ghost. It's not good. Like, not only is it not good for them, it's not good for you. It's not good. Ghosting is not good. And it's so funny. The person that ghosted me was like, I had just finished having a conversation with them about my boundaries. I was communicating my boundaries, and I said, this is going to be an awkward conversation. Hi, little Lechita? Oh, I like that. You're not littlest one, are you? Is it Laura? Or is it... Yeah, I have a friend. She has a similar name. What's poppin'? Popcorn was poppin' earlier, but it's all pretty much done. There's a couple pieces left. Now we're talking about being aggressive. No more passive-aggressive behavior. No more ghosting. Let's stop that. It's not good for anybody. Yeah, I was telling this person, I want to have a hard conversation with you. Little milk. I love it. Little Lechita. Like I said, we're going to have an uncomfortable conversation right now because I need to communicate with you how I'm feeling. I felt uncomfortable on this. I felt uncomfortable on this. I do want to be your friend, and I do want to resolve this. I do think that we can add a lot of positivity to each other's life. How can we work on this? And the response was like, okay, yeah, I'm grateful we could have this conversation, and then I got ghosted. Okay, that's fine. I mean, the better response is that person could have been honest. Could have just been like, hey, I don't have time. I don't got time for this. I don't think I'm going to talk to you again. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Be aggressive. Let's be aggressive. Let's be aggressive with each other. Let's communicate. But don't just be aggressive. Know your truth. That's the hard part. That's the hard part. And if that's something that you want to work on, please follow me, because that is a recurring theme in my streams and what I do here, is helping people find their truth, because that's where the source of happiness is. It's so there. It is so there. And so that's why I say, I stream on Friday nights about the best life, and I'm not trying to claim that I know all the activities, step 1, step 2, step 3 to the best life. But the generalizations of, I got a bunch of tea dust on my tray. Sorry, guys. I'm just wanting to throw it in. Yeah, let's be more aggressive. Bitcoin? Little Lachita, is this your first time here? I don't think I've seen you before. And I don't think you came in with Rhino Lion. A lot of people here came in on a raid. And by the way, I appreciate you guys all coming and hanging out with me. I am newer to Twitch. T-streaming is also newer to Twitch. So I know it's not very well known, but there's a whole fleet of us T-streamers. There's the good type of aggressive. Yes. The truthful aggressive. Like being strong in your truth type of aggressive. Not, the mean bullying aggressive. I'm talking about like standing strong in your truth. And that's hard. Because a lot of times we don't know our truth. And that's okay. Like, it's totally okay. It's totally okay that we don't know our truth. Like, fuck. There's so much distracting us in knowing our truth. So much distracting us. So, yeah, it's understandable. It's understandable. We all understand. Bitcoin knows. Bitcoin understands. He understands how hard it is. He's like, but I know my truth. I just want more treats every time. And that's the thing, it's simple. We talked about this in a stream before where we were talking about poverty actually. And somebody in chat came to the conclusion of, oh, so you're trying to say that if we lived in poverty, we'd be healthier? And I was like, whoa. That's a heavy statement. Super heavy statement, because it's true. It's true in that, like, we'd be healthier in knowing our truth, knowing what's important to us, knowing where we need to be investing our time and our energy and our emotions. Yeah, when you're poor and that's all you're, like, not poor, poverty, like when the majority of your time and energy is dedicated towards survival, which is actually, there's nothing wrong with that. You are so deeply connected with your truth and what you actually need that, like, happiness is there. Before I started my journey of building this tea business, I was in the Peace Corps. I did two assignments in the Peace Corps. The first one was 2 years in a mud village in the middle of Niger, West Africa. No running water, no electricity, and most of the families, actually all of the families in the village I lived in, only ate one meal every other day. And it was common for every family to see at least one child in their family die, as the infant mortality rate was about 20%. So that meant 1 out of 5 children died before the age of 2. So these are all conditions that we would probably think are desolate, terrible conditions. How can you be happy? How could you survive in that kind of condition and be happy and thrive? But I'll tell you what, I've never seen happier people in my life. And I'm not trying to advocate that we should all go to being poor and go live in the dirt. Definitely not advocating for that. But what I am advocating for, and what I did identify as being the source of that happiness, was that, like, people were just living their truth and nothing else. They weren't you know, anxious about all these other things going on, even though from our perspective, we probably think, oh, man, you're worried about your kid dying, you're hungry, how can you be happy? It says a lot about that. So it's almost when you have less, you're more in touch with your truth. So yeah, the good type of aggressive. Know your truth. It's hard. I'm still learning my truth. I am not all-knowing or perfect in this situation. I still have a lot of work to do myself, and I'm grateful that you guys are here to help me on that journey. I benefit from this more than you all do, but I know that there's some benefit for you too. So little Lechita says, sometimes I feel like I come off as aggressive, the bad type of aggressive, when I talk to other people and try not to be like that, but every time I start speaking with someone, I feel like I'm unnecessarily rude. How can I improve on that? That's important too. So I touched on this earlier about like that threshold of like, when are you living your truth and living your boundaries and when you're interacting with other people, and when is it counterproductive? Like, when is it counteractive to you living that truth? When you're imposing your boundaries in a violent way. So like, basically when you're talking about aggressive, the bad type of aggressive, like I'll just coin that as violence versus non-violence. So, and violence doesn't necessarily mean like force type of violence. Violence can just be like saying something mean, like it can be like emotional violence, mental violence, or just violence just means like bad, inflicting bad on someone else or something else. So there's a boundary, or I'm using boundary in another way, I shouldn't use it here. There's a border, there's a line between when you are just holding up to your own truth and doing it in a non-violent way versus when it starts to become violent. And I think that that's what you're challenged with right now. And so my only advice on that is if you become aware of it. Become aware of it, and as you're interacting with people, if you start feeling that, and I'm guilty of this all the time too, so much, especially with my family. They criticize me all the time. And it ends up backfiring on me. That like I have my boundary and my family is doing something that I feel is against my value system that I have. And I stand up for my value system and say, well, that's wrong. And for this reason and that reason. And so like, it's almost like my family is constantly thinking that I'm like judging them, which I'm not doing, but I am, and I need to stop that. So I've had to be a lot more mindful in interactions with my family because, yeah, I hold a high standard for myself, and I shouldn't be so aggressive in holding that high standard for everybody else. And then my family is right. So like their response all the time is like, well, you're a hypocrite. You're all high and mighty about this thing, but in actuality, like, look, you're breaking it here, here, and here. You're the hypocrite. You're bad. Good night, Aji. Thank you so much for joining in and for chatting. I hope you have a good night. I hope you sleep aggressively. Get all those Z's. Catch them all. Oh, I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much. Yeah. How not to be violent. It's good that you're aware of it. So, like that's the first step. The first step is being aware. And the next step is to evolve. And that's going to be up to you. I don't think that there's any solution to that. I would recommend drinking tea. Drink good tea. Good tea helps. I mean, chemically, scientifically, Tea has caffeine and it has L-theanine in it. Those two compounds together create the effect of mental focus and body relaxation, which is the best state to be in, to put yourself into like a meditative state, to empathize with others, and to be more mindful. Hey, Canadian Android, thanks for coming by. Thanks for coming by and saying hi. I love you so much over here. Yeah, it's going well. It's going well. I'm talking about being aggressive. Gotta be aggressive. I'm accused of being aggressive all the time. And I felt bad for it. Like, it was a bad word. You know, someone, especially like in business, you know, someone, you're so aggressive, Elise. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm so nice. I'm just trying to be nice. But, you know, the purpose of today's conversation is to say that there's actually goodness in being aggressive. But there's the good kind of aggressive and bad kind of aggressive, as little Lichita had pointed out. And that's for us to navigate. You know, have your boundaries. Know your truth. Stand strong in your truth and have your boundaries. But at the same time, understand that, like, there are battles. All these like battles, and some of them are micro battles, some of them are macro battles, and we have to choose which one we're going to go to and strategize, knowing the risk and the potential outcomes. Yeah, know when to be aggressive or not. Know when that's a battle that you're wanting to fight at that time or not fight at that time. So that's interesting. So you feel like every time you encounter a situation where you know that you have acted like that in the past, you go and you do the same thing and you feel terrible after. So those are called repetitive cycles. And that's, you know, that's okay. Again, you are self-aware of it, and that's the first step. You know, you'd be in a much different place if you weren't self-aware of it. So, you know, I'm gonna salute you for your self-awareness there. That's a win right there. The more you think about it, the more you hold yourself accountable of being self-aware, the better you'll get at it. Just like I was telling Rhino Lion with his Gaiwan, his teaware. You just got to do it and process it and feel with it and learn from it and evolve. Because I can tell just from your comments here in chat that you are working on it. And I think you're going to do well. Just stay working on it. Don't give up. Don't give up. I think now is a really good time because of the pandemic and all of the stress that we've been going through and all the uncertainties that we've been involved with. I think more and more people are taking on this work. I learned to not get into debates with people. Just use short sentences and repeat yourself until they get it. Yeah, it's true. But how about your own boundaries? How about your own boundaries, Canadian Android? Like outside of like your opinions about how the world should work or whatever, but like your own boundaries and like places where you felt like you've compromised your boundaries out of either fear of, for me, I was talking and showing some vulnerability around like relationship issues I've had in the past where I've allowed myself to be in toxic situations because of some fear I had of being alone or hurting someone, and instead ended up compromising my own values and my own boundaries. That's a big deal. That's a big part of this too. It's not just about like standing strong in your ideals in the world, but yeah, vulnerability is hard, but it's so important. It's the most important. It's so important. So, since you've said this, since you said vulnerability is hard, I don't know you. I don't know much about you. You've been chatting here a little bit. And so I'm using that information that I have from chat to make a guess that vulnerability, as you go on your journey of self-awareness and evolution that we were just talking about in your interactions with other people and finding like that good balance of good aggression versus bad aggression, I am going to recommend that you use vulnerability as a tool in that practice. And it's going to be hard, but oh man, it will so work. And that's where tea helps. I mean, outside of the chemical science of tea and like what it does to your brain and your mind when you drink it, but like the act of making tea, the intentional act of making the tea and sharing the tea with someone else can actually, it's like the most vulnerable thing that you can do. And it's so easy. It's actually easy to do. But like once you do service for someone else, you're lowering yourself. You are making yourself vulnerable to them and to make them feel more comfortable. And not to say that like you're going to be able to serve tea for people every single time you're in one of these situations that you're talking about. But we can be vulnerable at any point ever. And there's so many ways that we can be vulnerable. So maybe that could be a practice that you can try to adopt to navigate this challenge that you have for yourself. You don't really compromise, but never compromising has its own downfalls too. Yeah, I'm going to compromise a lot less. That's the commitment that I'm making to myself, is to compromise less. Don't make excuses for somebody else's behavior or someone else overstepping my boundaries. So Angel Shapeshifter says, I'm trying to learn how to rein in my social anxiety where I can fly into a panic around people. Certain personality types tend to set it off without them even trying. The last person like that works at the same job. You can argue that she did me a favor by cutting me off from ever talking to her again, all over her flying off the handle for not answering a question the way she wanted it answered. So you got ghosted. That's toxic. Yeah, we're triggered. Like you say, you get triggered by certain personality types. I guess everybody does. I do too. I get triggered by high ego. I get so triggered by that. And the fact that I get triggered by that is so fucking high ego. I'm just like, ah! I'm working on that. That's it. So that's it. If you considered that for a really long time you were a closed door, that's totally the issue here, little Lechita. It's totally the issue. And it's gonna be hard and it's gonna take time. But you're gonna do great. You're gonna do so good. You're gonna do so good. Because you're facing it. If you weren't facing it, you would just continue in those cycles without ever having any type of ambition of getting out of those cycles. So I think you're gonna do great. Yeah, I get social anxiety too. I mean, Angel, I totally relate. I get so triggered by certain things. Like people that aren't honest, people that act with big ego, I get so triggered by it. And that's whenever I start acting a mess. I've done it on Twitch a couple of times. I've done it live one time. Like when someone in chat will ask a question about, I mean, even earlier in chat, it happened. When someone said, I think, who was Oh, Angel, I think you were talking about it, about how you work with a tea source that is organic and fair trade. That area is like totally my domain. And like my heart, my passion, all of my work, everything I do is in that domain. And I know a lot about it. And I start not acting like myself. When I saw that, I was like taken out of myself, and started to talk. Maybe I didn't talk negatively, but you might have noticed a change in my tone. That I was trying to defend something. I was like trying to, that happens to me all the time, and I'm really trying to work on that myself. Like, when I went to India in 2019, or all of Asia, I was gone for a couple of months. I went through all of Asia and to visit with all the tea growers we work with, and I went there feeling bullied. Like, that was the theme of that year. I felt like everybody was against me. I'm getting bullied by everybody. It's not my fault. Like, people are just insecure and they're bullying me. They're bullying me. And I was consoling with all the farmers that I was meeting along the way and telling them about how I was being bullied and I don't know what to do about it. And the advice that everybody gave me, and it was so hard for me to take because in American culture, we're so like justice oriented and like get straight to the point of what you feel and just say it. It was really hard for me to receive this feedback of just forgetting about them and don't even think about it or talk about it. Don't talk to us about being bullied. And I'm like, how not? I mean, there's so much injustice. This is so unfair that this person is doing this to me, saying these things about me. And they're like, no, just let it go. I was like, how? How is that even possible? How are you doing that? How do you allow something just to go when... So yeah, it's definitely something that I'm working on. Yeah, I become very aggressive, bad aggressive, when I'm triggered by those things. Better than being passive aggressive. And so that's what I felt like a little bit of the advice that I was given of like, just let it go. Don't think about it. Was passive aggressive, but no. It wasn't. Like, they were recommending that you just put all of your energy and your focus on the positive path that you're on. And they're like, regardless of what happened, what injustice was there, who's doing what, you just stay focused on that positive path and you're going to be fine. And so I had to be reminded of that all the time. It's like, no, just take the high road and just focus on that positive path. I'm going to get there. Even if someone's trying to be in my way, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's so hard. These are the hard things. But over time, I no longer feel like I'm being bullied. I am still aware of tensions or things going on, but I feel less of a victim, which is good. I feel like that's a evolution. That's a maturity in that issue that I'm dealing with personally. But still a lot more work going on because I'm still obviously triggered. Anybody who's ever taken advantage of me or lied to me or hurt me, I still think about it, and I get triggered by certain things, and it jeopardizes other relationships, which is not good. So that's why it's important to work on it. But don't be scared to be aggressive. I mean, I've had friendships with people where their outside appearance and what they think their outside appearance is that everything is fine and great and there's no issues and there's no anything going on. And then on the inside, there's so much going on, and it causes them to just constantly be making mistakes and constantly hurting people that they really care about, It's so hard. Yeah, Canadian Android. We just gotta let go. Just let go. So Angel says, I'm assuming that you're talking on your coworker that you had a falling out with, that she gets really loud, animated, and could very easily take anything you say out of context. If you brought up politics near her, she'd come off very chaotic and aggressive, to me at least. And if you say anything she doesn't agree with, even if you both were right, you're problematic. So if you're emotionally sensitive and get nervous easily, you'll likely end up incriminating yourself in her eyes. Yeah, it's true. Sometimes you can't win with anybody, and that's okay. That's okay for you to decide that that person is poisonous for you. But you should communicate it to her, so at least she knows. There's no confusion. And it might be a hard conversation to have. But it's an important one. It's an important one. There's been opportunities where I could have ghosted somebody. I should have ghosted somebody. But I just can't. I just had to tell them. Our relationship is not healthy for either of us. We shouldn't be talking anymore. Thank you. Ghost. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I tell people all the time. Anybody that I have an issue with, they know, and they've heard it directly from me that I have an issue with them. Did I try meditations? Yeah, I meditate all the time. It's good. It is. It's great. My favorite form of meditation right now that I have available to me, my usual favorite form of meditation is surfing. I love surfing. Oh my goodness, that is the best meditation. But I can't surf. I live in the desert right now, so there's no ocean for me to surf on. But I like to go running. And like long distance running, maybe like 2 hours at a time. Just focusing on breath is really important. Little Lechita, thank you so much for coming tonight, for sharing, for being vulnerable. I know you are going to do amazing on your journey. And thank you so much for wishing the best for me too. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, we love you. We love you so much. Yeah, that's toxic for you. It's okay. You know, if she's already cut you out, that's okay. But in the advice of what my friends gave me whenever I went to Asia, feeling like a victim and feeling like I was getting bullied all the time, don't even give her space in your thoughts and your heart. She doesn't deserve it, and you deserve better. Your space is valuable. It should be, you know, with dedicated to things and people that mean a lot to you. Huh, Bitcoin? Yeah, I give you my space. Yeah, we don't need to talk to toxic people. Oh, we got some new followers. Thank you so much, Gypsy Chick. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I'm not like constantly keeping my notifications open, so I didn't catch these at the time, but Angel Shapeshifter, thank you for the follow. Audrey Dulce, well, you already left, but thank you. Thank you everybody for following. I hope you enjoy learning about tea. Usually my streams are a lot more tea focused, educational, although I am happy to introduce education or answer questions anytime during any of my stream. Like, that's the purpose. Please throw me those questions. But Friday nights are about living the best life and talking on different topics about how we can hold each other accountable and help each other get to that best life. And good friendships, good relationships, and strong boundaries are, they are a pillar of that best life. So I'm grateful. I'm so grateful for all of you. Bitcoin, are you grateful too? Bitcoin's grateful too. He wasn't grateful earlier today. Earlier in the stream, he was acting very passive aggressively, and I was not liking it. But you win some and you lose some, huh, buddy?